Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everybody.
Unfortunately, even though I'm not entirely sure, the primordial source of evil in comics, Corrupt, our second co-host, will most likely not be able to attend.
He got banned off Twitter again because he tried to say a thing about Zoe Quinn, and as we all know, that is forbidden. You may not say things about Madame Zoe Quinn, our grand matriarch, and we are not supposed to be out of line when it comes to our new feminine overlords. All hail, etc., etc.
And I'm your host last time. I want to be the brainstormer of pop culture. How is everyone doing tonight? Whoever is watching this. Right, so I'm going to be honest, we actually were able to find a lot of interesting stuff worth our time early on in the week.
Yep.
Which is surprising. I mean, like, usually we cover stuff we couldn't cover. We cover other stuff. You know, it's a whole thing with us. We usually find it like a week before we even start the next podcast for next week.
Yeah, like for example, next week we already have, or at least we think we have, about 4 things worth covering. So.
I think it's 3 right now.
I thought it was 4, but okay.
Right.
I think I sent like 5 or 6. So anyway,
right.
That's neither here nor there. You have to wait for next week to find out about that.
Also, we all, just in case I forget towards the end of the stream, we will be doing Aussie's Soliloquy on Friday, unless we miss something unless we miss something here. Then we'll move that to a one-shot on Friday, and Soliloquy will be on Thursday. I know it's a confusing thing, and most likely or not, sooner or later I'm going to have to post / pin a tweet of a scheduling thing for the whole podcast.
Yep.
Right, but yeah, so let me close Twitter here. So yeah, we got a lot of interesting stuff for you tonight. First one, actually, the first 2 articles are from not comicbook.com, but comicbookresources.com. This was one Dawn had sent me. Well, both are ones he sent me. One moment. Okay, there we go. Should She-Hulk's Disney Plus series change her origin? By Sean S. Lalos on September 1st, 2019 in CBR exclusive. So this is about 7, yes, it's a week old. So, I mean, it still probably has a relevance to it, but but we just want to make sure that's clear that this isn't a current article. This is about a week ago. So
yeah, we try to stay relatively up on current events. It doesn't always work out that way, but we try.
yeah, though I do think our format still works, keeps us organized and not chaotic like other streams. Not calling it.
Unless of course we have Nerd Wonder on, and then all bets are off.
Yeah. Okay. Disney Plus announced 3 new Marvel series coming to the streaming service over the next few years. On the top of the previously announced movie spin-offs, Marvel will introduce fans to Miss Marvel, Moon Knight, and She-Hulk. For the record, folks, Miss Marvel will not be Carol Danvers.
No, I can't imagine anyone thought it was going to be.
I don't know. Honestly, I was trying to make a joke there, but I don't think it really worked.
No. If I had the soundboard, that is where I would have played the crickets. But alas, the soundboard is your thing. So.
Boy, speaking of which, I should probably open it up.
Yeah.
We hardly ever use it, so I kind of forget I have it.
And ironically, the reason we hardly ever use it is because you often forget you have it. It's a vicious cycle.
Yes, it is. Anything? Actually, I guess that's just a news thing for us. I don't think I have anything to add to that. Don, do you?
No.
Okay. All 3 are established Marvel comic characters. I'm not gonna say anything just yet. And both Moon Knight and She-Hulk have been around for decades. However, some fans appear to have no idea who She-Hulk is or what her history in Marvel Comics consists of.
I'm just going to quietly ask everyone to put a pin in this particular thing, because mark my words, throughout this article, this person is going to demonstrate that they have very little idea who She-Hulk is.
Sean.
So just brace for ironic impact, as it were.
Sean is the author of this article.
Yeah. Sean, I get the feeling you're going to contradict what you just said in about 5 seconds, but...
I did a quick reread. I did a quick read of this when you sent it to me, Dalton. I'm not entirely sure. Again, this was like a week ago, so my mind might not be remembering right. But okay. Some fans even claimed Marvel was pandering by making a female version of Hulk, showing no knowledge whatsoever of Marvel Comics history.
Okay, yes, fair enough. But again, put a pen in this, because I have a feeling it's going to get exponentially ironic here in about 0.8 seconds.
It was similar to fans who thought Captain Marvel was a new version of Captain America when the MCU revealed she was on the way.
Who? I like, cite examples. I very much doubt anyone thought that. I can concede that a lot of people didn't know Captain Marvel was a thing, at least in Marvel. Most people knew who Shazam was as Captain Marvel, but that's neither here nor there. Most people you were thinking of either didn't know who she was, period, or assumed it was a new character. I don't think very many people at all assumed she was a new version of Cap.
If anything, I assumed she was going to take over the role of Iron Man by being the face of the MCU.
And even that was debatable, because, of course, back then they had Spider-Man, and it was very much indicated that he was going to take the Starky mantle up.
Now we don't know who's leading it.
I'm going to hope that it's Doctor Strange, but I will not hold my breath.
Don, I say this as your friend. I think sometimes you're a little too optimistic when it comes to Doctor Strange in the MCU.
I just want things to be good. Is that so wrong? I just want my favorite character in Marvel Comics to be treated well. Is that
I know.
such
I'm
a
not
crime?
saying that's not bad, but I'm just saying, like, given the track record with the MCU and the logic behind that, I feel like you're just going to be disappointed every time.
I just want nice things. Is it so wrong to want nice things?
We live in a world that doesn't care about your wants.
Which, even though that's massively inconvenient in this instance, is probably a good idea considering how many times a day I randomly fantasize about people having Final Destination deaths because they piss me off.
Okay.
The world catering to my wants would not be a good thing. Just saying.
Okay, folks, we learned something. We learned a new dark thing about Dalton.
I regularly fantasize about awful, terrible Final Destination deaths happening to people who piss me off.
Actually, I don't.
So in other words, don't piss me off.
Well, to be honest, I think a lot of people do that. So I'm not sure if that's really the only true dark thing I can think of that I know about you, Dalton, is that you don't like sandwiches.
Are we still on that?
I'm still on it. Just again, it's a weird thing to me. But we're not gonna dwell on it because we have this covered.
You have already sufficiently dwelled on it far beyond the pale of what is reasonable.
Well, I'm not one for reason sometimes. Specifically when it comes to someone not liking sandwiches.
And for the record, I have established that grilled cheeses are an exception. But
I'm talking about regular sandwiches, not grilled cheeses.
Yeah, I don't like those.
Yeah, so that's what I find weird. That's weird. All right, but moving away from that.
Brainstormers' definitions of weirdness, everybody.
Yeah, I have had a pretty weird life. So my tolerance for what would be considered by society as weird, I think is normal. And the normal things that I've considered for my life, and someone goes the opposite of those, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
So I like sandwiches, and most people I know like sandwiches. You not like sandwiches, that's weird. Okay.
Feel free to continue thinking that, but I am not going to be shy about laughing myself silly every time you bring it up.
Okay. With those fans in mind, it might be a good idea for Marvel to change She-Hulk's origin, removing the connection to a more famous comic book cousin. No. Okay. I'm sorry.
This is going to sound like a remarkably patronizing way of phrasing this question, but why though?
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, hey, Corrupt's here.
Yeah.
He is.
Sorry, dude. I didn't see. I just clicked on the tab of StreamYard and I just saw you there.
No problem. No problem. I got suspended from. If anybody's curious.
We already told me.
All right, so you already told me. I guess still suspended because they still haven't reviewed my appeal.
Well, you brought it on yourself by attacking the Quinn Overlords. We're supposed to welcome our Quinn Overlords and never have any problems at all, no matter how many games developers she accidentally murders by incitement.
Right.
Or how many penises she slips on.
I'm seeing the private chat here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just.
It's cool, man. That's not bad. I was looking at the article we were covering.
All right.
Yeah, it's the one both convenient and inconvenient thing about StreamYard. You have to let people in, so people can't just randomly pop in. But then again, I guess that's good if you get brigaded by a bunch of weird people who find the link somehow.
Well, to be honest, I only ever send the links to you two. So.
Yeah.
I have had the shittiest fucking day. So I got sick last night, and my body and I've just been drained. Like, I'm so fucking tired. Like I go to sleep, I wake up, and I still feel like I'm exhausted. But I wanted to make it to today since I wasn't here last time.
Yeah, we're talking about a big green case of misogyny, apparently.
Oh no!
Yeah, apparently, someone says it might be a good idea to change She-Hulk's origin to have her not be connected with the Hulk.
What's wrong with connecting her with the Hulk?
It's kind of
Because the Hulk is male, and having a female character who's a spin-off of or subservient in any way to a male is forbidden and haram.
Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah, but they turned Marvel into a woman in the movie.
Yes.
No, I'm actually rewriting Captain Marvel, like as a video for my other channel.
What? Say that again.
I'm rewriting Captain Marvel, like for my other channel.
Rewriting Carol Danvers.
It wasn't as hard as you thought. I mean, it took about a page and a half for the whole character description and origin. Well, that was mostly because I was trying to make sure I had a good baseline for the character if I would for the story.
So, who kills?
Well, I also have Marvel as actual Marvel, so
Not like some random chick who was like flying with her in a.
Yeah, nothing about that movie makes sense. Like even internally, nothing about that movie makes sense.
Carol Danvers Avengers.
You would actually, correct. You would get a kick out of the whole theme I have for the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Individualism triumphing over collectivism.
I do like individualism.
Individualism is haram in the order of the social justice, apparently.
It's haram.
Yeah, but
the
fact is that I thought that theme, and then Dalton pointed out that the whole thing is that SJWs view like womanhood as a collective thing. So you could take that angle with it, but it was more of just Carol showing herself as something more than just a soldier told to be this thing.
I'm an Avenger. Like,
But,
go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna start reading this again.
All right.
Okay, She-Hulk's comic book origin. She-Hulk is Jennifer Walters, the cousin of Bruce Banner and an attorney. For fans who decried the character coming to Disney Plus, the original creation is likely what they are complaining about. I'm not sure about that.
She's just
no. It's if anyone is complaining, it's just because these people have made such a cottage industry out of gender flipping characters that now it becomes difficult to tell which were the originals and which weren't if you're not familiar with those characters.
What's funny is that the only people complaining about She-Hulk being about She-Hulk's origins being problematic are the people making the articles about She-Hulk being problematic.
Yep. Self-fulfilling prophecy.
So here.
You create an issue, but you create a non-issue by turning it into an issue. That's why that's why it's so wrong for her to be Steve Banner's sister. Cousin. I'm sorry.
Steve Banner.
I'm sorry. Fucking
Bruce Banner.
Bruce Banner. Yeah. I'm a little off. I'm sick. So.
Dude, I'm a little off too. I woke up around 12 today.
All right.
It is currently 63 degrees where I'm at.
Yeah, I need a little mini fan in my next to my computer so that I won't die. Even though the air conditioning is on, it's like 80.
It's actually kind of cool around where I'm at. It's like when I wake up, it's freezing.
So you need like a mini heater.
No, I just have the fan on.
All right.
Sooner or later,
neither of you is allowed to die. I swear to God, if I have to pull out the necromancy just to save your asses, I'm gonna be pissed off at both of you.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I like that. I don't think I have an issue running on necrotic energies, at least for time.
Alright, the original creation is likely what they're complaining about. Marvel wanted a female version of Hulk after the success of the Incredible Hulk TV show in the 70s. I'm not sure if that's true. Again, like I've never been a big Hulk fan, so I've never really.
So you don't know if this information is legit or not, basically.
Yeah.
It sounds reasonable, and I think I've heard something akin to it before, but it doesn't really give me anything to comment on either way. So skip.
Yeah. Okay. In Savage She-Hulk #1, 1980, attorney Jennifer Walters had a client who was double crossed by the crime lord. She had convinced him to turn over state's evidence, so the crime lord put out a hit on her. Luckily, Bruce was in town to save her. Yeah, again, like, I know about the origin of She-Hulk. And all intents and purposes, Hulk is kind of entwined with She-Hulk coming into being.
Yeah.
So, changing that makes no sense.
Is it purely because they don't like having a man intertwined with a woman's backstory? Is that what's going on?
Again, I'm bringing up Carol Danvers, Miss Marvel / Captain Marvel. It's hypocritical. It's what it is.
Well, but we can change that by making Marvel incompetent. We can't change the MCU Hulk to make him incompetent because that would retcon the entire history of the MCU up until this point. And Lord knows it's better just not to give them the idea, honestly.
And remember, they turned Marvel into a woman in the MCU. So it's not the same thing for them because she's a woman now.
Whatever. That movie fucking sucked on every level.
It fucking sucked. Oh my god, I hated that movie. It was so fucking awful.
And it's not even the enjoyable kind of awful that you can actually get enjoyment out of. It's bland, mediocre, like sitcom awful.
I'm a woman. That's all I. That's all.
There's actually an edit of the final battle that has Brie Larson's song from Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. I think it's Clash of Demon Head. It actually works a lot better. Brie Larson actually can sing. I will give her that. She might not be able to act, but she can sing.
I kind of wish she'd like change careers midstream.
I kind of wish she would just dissolve into irrelevance and become the next Anita Sarkeesian. That seems to be where her heart truly is with the social justice activism.
Okay, what the fuck? I'm getting a case of deja vu here. I feel like we've already had this conversation.
What about Brie Larson?
Yeah, Brie Larson. It
seems to be what happens every time the woman comes up because she's so insufferable.
Hold on, I mean, like, literally, everything feels like we've done this before. Like, the article, us talking, all of it.
Yeah, like, the thing is this another Mary Sue article?
CBR.com.
That's different. Well, I mean, there's nothing really to talk about cheese theft since she's, like, a completely uninteresting person, so...
Right, no, it's just, it's weird. Like, it just feels like we've done, like I'm reliving something.
Yeah, like you're reliving deja vu, like we're reliving this instance over and over again.
Maybe you had one of those weird prophetic dream things, and you're just having that moment of, wait, have I been here before? Because I don't remember us ever having that particular conversation about Captain Marvel, or and I know we haven't covered this article. So.
Also, cheese thefts is something I like that. That's a good nickname for her.
Yeah, it's trippy that it just felt like we've done this before. Like it was like a time travel thing, whatever.
Yeah, like I feel like I've seen this picture 1,000 times before too.
Yeah. Okay. She was dying, and Banner gave her a blood transfusion to save her life. His gamma-irradiated blood turned her into the She-Hulk. Bruce has anger issues due to childhood trauma, but Jennifer never suffered that trauma and had complete control over emotions as She-Hulk. See, again, Hulk is vital to She-Hulk coming into being. So to change that is to fundamentally change She-Hulk.
Yeah, and it's not like they're not separate characters, because as we just went through, she doesn't need to Hulk out to actually Hulk out.
Yeah, what is their argument for what is their reasoning for wanting to change her origin?
There has been no reasoning so far.
This has just been preamble, but I would imagine it's going to boil down to, you can't have a woman whose past is inextricably linked or subservient to a man in any way. That's forbidden.
Can we get oh shit, am I disconnected? Okay, never mind. I thought I was disconnected from the internet again. That happened like randomly today. So I guess we're gonna go on with the rest of the article then.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something else to say.
Nope.
Instead of a separate persona, she was one person and even remained an attorney as the green-skinned superhero. Okay? You see, I would say She-Hulk is more interesting than the Hulk, character-wise.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the Hulk just on like the kind of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of deal. But I think that's pretty much it. I think the MCU version has kind of been up and down for me. Mainly on the fact that we haven't gotten an actual movie for that character.
Oh shit, hey, I'll be right back. Somebody's calling me.
Okay.
Okay.
Keeping She-Hulk's origin for the fans is the title of this part of the article. Immediately, Marvel faces problems when it comes to changing the origin of She-Hulk. For one thing, comic book fans typically react negatively to any changes to their favorite characters.
Not necessarily.
Well, yeah, it's I would say it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, Sean, the issue isn't the change. The issue is, what are you changing it to? Are you changing it to something equally valid or better? Or are you changing it to something that is stupid, contrived, and in all manners worse?
Right.
Because if you were changing it to something that's in all manners worse, then you're going to get shit for that because you broke something that was not broken.
Yeah. Okay. So my thing is that, I think I've said it once or twice, is that you can change some parts of an origin to make it better for the story you're telling, but fundamentally, you do not change the core of the character.
Mm-hmm.
But again, with the origin thing is, you can't change it all the way. You can, if there's a certain part that has to stay for that character to become the character that fans love, you obviously have to keep that.
See, I don't even know if I would go quite that far, because I think you can, as long as whatever you change it to is better than what you previously had.
Right. Look, I'm talking more in the case. I'm talking more.
Some of the best changes in comics have been brought about because someone basically threw caution to the wind and did their own thing. But the issue was, are you doing it for the better or are you doing it for the worse? And most of the time, it's changes for change's sake or changes for the artist's ego's sake rather than the sake of the character, the plot, the story, etc.
But okay, so my thing is that I'm relating this to She-Hulk with the whole Hulk connection. It makes sense that she is connected to the Hulk that way, because one thing, he had to try and save her life by giving her a blood transfusion, and that blood transfusion gave her the powers of a Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you can take that away. I think you can alter it somehow, but I think she still technically has to be connected to the Hulk on the fact that she's called She-Hulk.
Yeah.
I would suspect that they are related. Um, like they're family. Obviously, it's just
Yeah. My issue is, again, can you do it better? And my contention is that no, you cannot do it better, because your entire reasoning for changing this is some cockamamie out of the ether bullshit moral ideology rather than a actual substantive reason or an inspirational idea. You're not changing this because you had a good idea. You're not changing this because you think you can do it better or you think the character can be improved. You're changing it, or I at least suspect you're changing it, because something, 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 female characters being tied in some way to male characters is bad, therefore make her a strong, independent woman by changing her origin entirely. Let the character's actual personality and connections be damned because morality, basically.
changing who Marvel was in Captain Marvel was something debated online when the film hit theaters.
Yes, because it was remarkably cockamamie, like most of the other shit in that movie.
Yeah, it just made no sense. Why? What purpose did it serve? Like the story or the characters? It didn't. It was just my morality, my ideology, blah blah blah, bullshit.
Strong, independent woman.
She wasn't even that. She needed help from Fury and Maria Rambeau and the Cat and the Scrolls. Strong, independent woman with my ass.
Mm-hmm. But that was the goal.
And they failed spectacularly, and they don't even realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but enough with Captain Marvel. Marvel was something debated online. Oh no, don't even try to talk to hardcore Marvel fans about the Mandarin in the MCU after Iron Man 3. I'm personally okay with it. I can understand why people are upset about that, but I think in terms of the story, it made sense.
See, I'll give you that. I'll give the story needed someone like that, but there's absolutely no reason it needed to be the Mandarin.
Honestly, I do feel like Ben Kingsley got cheated out of that kind of epic role he could have played.
To be fair, I think they would have just accused him of whitewashing if he actually did get to play the real Mandarin, because the
Oh,
Mandarin
fuck off. Ben Kingsley is one of them. He played fucking Gandhi, okay? And I don't hear anyone bitching about that.
You have not looked hard enough. It's out there, dude.
I don't give a fuck. He's a great actor and he deserves more work.
He does, but unfortunately, the Mandarin was not to be one of those works.
Yeah. He did give a good performance, though, for the parts before the twist, obviously.
Yeah, but it wasn't the Mandarin, and it not being the Mandarin cheats the MCU out of some very interesting cosmic and alien stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad they saved the honest to goodness Mandarin for honest to goodness Mandarin things.
Right.
If they actually do the Mandarin right the second time around, who knows?
Yeah. Again, so yeah, we agree that the change from Marvel made no sense for story, character, or whatever. I would have been fine if it made sense within the story. Kinda. But again, it made no sense, and you just kill off the character anyway. So what's the point? It would have worked just as a guy too, because that character was inconsequential mostly.
What should have happened is you should have introduced Marvel first, and then after a few movies of getting to know him and his mythos, then you introduce Carol. But that would have been doing it too much like the comics, and that would have tied her origin too much to a man, and that's bad because reasons.
Well, I mean, I have the idea. I do kind of keep similar structure of what they had, kind of in my retelling of it, but I actually have a reason why it is a dude too. It's not like some
Right, I'm just, but you're limited to the constraints of rewriting the actual movie as it was. I'm just saying that if I were in charge of the MCU, I would have started doing Captain Marvel movies a couple years ago, so that now, when it's time for Carol to show up, she can actually show up and it matters. But
right.
that's not the route they went with, so who am I to whine?
You are Dalton L. Mortimer, the authenticator. You authenticated the movie was shit.
Yes, there was no value there. I tested every angle and there was no value there. It's my job to report on these things.
I hated the movie just on the fact that it was boring. It was creatively lackluster. It lacked anything. Like, okay, like a day or so ago when I was doing some writing for the script of my video for the rewrite of Captain Marvel,
Right.
I was listening to some music to kind of get into the mood of writing that, right? Because I do that. I listen to music. I looked up fan themes for Captain Marvel, and then I listened to the actual theme just out of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
The actual theme has no real punch to it. It legitimately doesn't have. It's not a theme that you can remember, but other themes from fans that people made have so much more punch and impact. And I wish were at the actual theme for Captain Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, just about told pizza's done. So,
Alrighty.
all right, but no, yeah, I got nothing else to say, so I guess we'll just move on. All right. However, that does not mean that all changes are bad. Fans seem to look the other way when the changes improve the character. Tony Stark created Ultron in Avengers: Age of Ultron, and fans didn't mind. I do have issues with it, and though I will say Avengers: Age of Ultron, I like a lot more than some of the other movies. Mostly on the fact of some of the like kind of more character building scenes, mainly like the after party and like the farm and stuff like that.
But by the way, did you check the backstage to see if Corrupt's back?
Yeah, no, I've checked. He's not here. He's not back yet. So.
Okay.
And Ultron, I like. God, I can't remember the actor's name, and I feel bad because I liked his portrayal of that character. But the actor who played Ultron, he gave an amazing performance, and came off. It really bounced off a lot of the characters that he interacted with.
Jason Spader, I think, is the guy's name.
James Spader. James Spader. That's his name.
Yeah, James Spader.
Thank you, Don. Great actor, and I loved his portrayal. And the fact, yeah, it made, in terms of the MCU, it made sense that Tony would be the one created, just on the fact that Hank Pym wasn't introduced yet.
Yeah. And also it kind of fits with Tony's arc, and it also is a decent stepping stone between where he was at in his movies and where he was at in Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Moving from the tenacious rebel all the way to we need worldwide security and government.
Right. My major problems with it is more on the fact that I don't think that they kind of streamlined Ultron in a way that they didn't give him the whole thing with like the scene where he's first awakened and finds out things. That's fine,
Mm-hmm.
but I think they should have had him be more when he's first created. He should bounce off more with Tony before he goes full Skynet.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
it should have been more of a character piece for Ultron, I think.
Yeah. And there's actually this video by this one YouTuber, I believe is Cordy Effects, or FX, Cordy FX.
Yeah.
He made this video that mentioned how Ultron should have been a bridge between Loki and Thanos. And essentially he had given the idea that Ultron should have used the Vision's body, but also kind of had the Jarvis. Again, I'm trying to remember this video. It's been a while since I've seen it, but he shuts down all the power on Earth, and basically uses the Vision's body as kind of a false icon of God, because I think the character of Ultron has this both like atheist, scientific mindset, but also personality of that's attracted to religion.
A god complex is the word you're looking, or the phrase you're looking for.
I don't think he has a god complex, though. He's just more of, he's fascinated with religion and science, and both. Not Scientology, mind you, but stuff like that. Like, if you watch some of his scenes, he mentions certain things like that. So, but yeah, no, it's you. I feel like they didn't push enough with Ultron as a character, and I also feel like sometimes they're building other things up for other movies, which is fine. I just feel like they take too much time doing that. I also remember someone else saying that they should have had Ultron form the Masters of Evil.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah, because I've always said, like, if you're going to do a superhero movie, it makes more sense to have a supervillain team.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. After that, the movie wasn't a favorite by any means, but Marvel hadn't introduced Hank Pym. It was necessary to change things up and start creating Ultron Hub to move the entire overlapping MCU story forward to Civil War. Yeah, I agree with that.
Fair enough. Yeah.
The Vulture in the MCU was nothing like the character in the comics, but fans didn't seem to care. Well, one, it's
because the character in the movie was better, and it worked in the context of the MCU.
Yeah, though again, I do have my problems with it. Mainly, I don't really think there's a big enough connection with Adrian and Peter, storytelling wise. And if you guys want to see a not better per se, but just a different interpretation of that, go check out my video for Spider-Man: Homecoming rewrite. Just go brainstorm a pop culture in the search bar for YouTube, and just look through my catalog, like my list of videos. It should be there. And that's a nice way to plug. So,
yeah.
Right. Spider-Man: Homecoming was a massive success, and most fans welcomed Michael Keaton back into the superhero genre. Yeah, Michael Keaton too, great actor. I think he added a lot to that character. So,
yeah.
Besides, who wanted to see a geriatric villain flying around fighting a teenager?
It could have worked. Don't knock the idea.
Yeah. Actually, it's a funny thing. They're actually doing never mind. I was gonna say that some fans are doing Spider-Man 4, Sam Raimi version and stuff. Seeing like some art and like the costumes and stuff, it looks really good. Fans make something better. Like, again, it's my own.
Almost like when you put people in charge of the thing who both care about and understand that thing, it results in better. It results in better material or something.
Yeah. I mean, if you want a fan thing, if you want like to see how fans really can make something good, and again, I'm not trying to be egocentric or egotistical. Are those words the one and the same, or is there a difference between those words?
There's a difference, but they both could apply in this case.
All right. Go check out my rewrites of Spider-Man: Homecoming and Spider-Man: Far From Home, and I will also be doing a brainstormer pitches of my third installment for the MCU Spider-Man movie, because we will probably never get that now, unfortunately. And
unless Sony completely shits the bed again, which is entirely possible.
Yeah, probably. Again, I mostly feel bad for like the writers, sometimes the writers, sometimes the directors, but mostly like the cast and stuff, because I think they put a lot into their work for these characters, and they usually get screwed over.
Yeah.
Which is a complete shame, because my favorite part of the MCU Spider-Man movies was the cast, even if sometimes they could be grating and annoying. The characters, at least. The actors did the best they could with what they were given. Alright, you know what? No, not doing any more rants. Not doing rants on Spider-Man. I'm becoming
At
Dalton
least
now.
not until we have another Spider-Man related story too.
I'm becoming Dalton now. I'm becoming Dalton with the MCU. My favorite MCU character.
You see how easy it is to step into the abyss?
Yeah, I'm really starting to get it, and dude, it is so exhausting to rant about that stuff. God,
You'll get better stamina as time goes on. Trust me.
well, God can only imagine how much you feel tired after one.
I have been at this a while. To quote or rather to paraphrase Bane, you think you can use the abyss? I was born in it.
However, outside of making Marvel Comics loyalists happy and adding a link to the MCU with a possible cameo by Mark Ruffalo's Incredible Hulk, is there a reason to keep her origin? The most obvious reason is simple. She-Hulk was one of the last characters Stan Lee created for Marvel Comics during his time in charge, and Marvel might keep it to honor his vision. Okay, that's another one. I didn't think of that reason. I feel bad I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't think of that reason either, but you're doing a good job of presenting your own counter arguments, though. Incidentally, however, since you are the one who wants to change something, it is your burden to have to explain why you want to change that thing. Because people do actually have substantive arguments for why we should keep it the same. And therefore it is on your end of the argument to have to prove your statement or your desired change. You certainly shouldn't just go, well, there's no reason not to change it, so let's just change it. Because you could be right, but in this case you're very much not, because you've just outlined some of the very good counter arguments to that position.
Right. I mean, given the fact that Bruce became Professor Hulk, even though we are more opposed to Professor Hulk on the fact that we didn't see that change happen.
Mm-hmm.
And also the fact is that Hulk just takes over, not Hulk, but Bruce takes over Hulk's body. It's not a meld between the two personalities. Like yeah. Which kind of sidelines the Hulk, which I feel bad for, because Hulk is a character who actually seems to have more depth than Banner sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, I actually saw more of the personality of Hulk, like in Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Which is a movie I'm not entirely on board with.
Yeah. And we know.
But it's just that's my gripe. But the thing is, though, I'm not sure. Is this series going to take place within the 5 years during the snap, or it's just because it kind of makes no sense that Professor Hulk or Banner Hulk, I guess, would give his blood just on the fact that he doesn't know what his blood will do to her.
Well, to be fair to the original She-Hulk, Bruce didn't really know what his blood would do to her then either, so that wouldn't necessarily violate any continuity.
Right. I was not sure. It just kind of makes no sense to have the present day Hulk in the MCU do it and have more of Bruce Banner himself do it. So that makes more sense just on the fact that I don't think the show would have the budget to do that.
Well, but this these are being produced by the MCU, so they have the resources of the MCU, so they could do it if they want to.
I retract my previous statement then.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay. So moving on. Unless you have anything to say about like keeping Stanley's vision.
No. I wouldn't necessarily consider that a good enough reason, but it is a reason, so yeah, why not?
Yeah, I think it is a reason. It's just I think there has to be more reason and logic given to it.
Yeah, right there, it's just kind of an emotional, please don't ruin the thing that the person who had a large impact on things did, which isn't an argument, it's just an appeal to emotion. But
Right.
still, given the way that most people react to those kinds of appeals to emotion, maybe that is some kind of argument as to why you shouldn't go ahead and do this. Because I assume you want this to be successful, and getting large swathes of your audience pissed at you, not exactly a recipe for success. I get that people are going to be mad at you no matter what you do, but there's a difference between accidental or inevitable provocation and willful, knowing provocation. Right now, you're skating on the edge of a willful, knowledgeable provocation, and that's never a good idea.
Why Marvel should change her origin?
Okay, we could have skipped all the preamble and gotten right here to begin with, but okay.
Well, I just feel like we do the whole thing where we read the whole.
I was saying that to Sean, like he could have just opened with this, and after a couple paragraphs of like setup and preamble. But no, he has to break it down into multiple sections and prattle on incessantly in all of them.
That's what they do.
I know, but it's still like
it's annoying. I agree. It's just I know this is what they do. So I kind of expect it, but it doesn't mean it's any less annoying.
At least this one broke it up into sections. Usually they just keep going and going and going without any sort of break in the flow. So hooray for section headers, I guess.
No. Though I will say something about She-Hulk. I think writers after Stanley had originally created made her the character she is.
Yeah.
Which that's obvious because I think that's a lot that happens a lot with a lot of
it was largely John Byrne who made her the character that we know her as.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, eating pizza.
Yeah.
Pepperoni. I love pepperoni.
Yum. Anyway.
There's also Supreme, but I've never liked Supreme just on the fact that like those black olives.
There's too much going on a Supreme pizza personally for me, but that's neither here nor there. Just moving on.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. If Mark Ruffalo shows up to save Jennifer from with a blood transfusion, it causes an immediate problem. So that whole pin in the thing, Dalton, you said earlier.
Yeah. Your daily servings of irony have arrived, folks.
What was it you said put a pin in?
He said people who were whining about She-Hulk had absolutely no understanding of She-Hulk. And I said put a pin in that both times he said it because he was going to contradict himself in short order. And surprise, surprise, said short order has arrived, and now he's contradicting himself. You, Sean, do not appear to understand this character. So cease the Tukokwe pot calling the kettle black, please.
Wait, it gets better. Well,
as it always does.
I use better with air quotes.
Mm-hmm.
This origin means the only reason Walters becomes a superhero is due to her male cousin saving her life. There it is, folks.
Hold it.
Hold on, let me see if I have a button for that. Like share button or something. I think it's a little too late now, but yeah, no. Yeah, you called it, Dalton.
Okay, Sean. Here's the thing. Number one, maleness has absolutely bumfuck nothing to do with this. Nothing. Point number two, unless a character exists in an absolute vacuum and never relies on anyone or anything else to exist, a character's origins are always going to be reliant on someone else at some point in some critical juncture. Because otherwise, they are completely foreign to the nature of human experience. Humans are a social species, and we define a lot of our identities by our social interactions.
Mm-hmm.
And in most humans, the adolescence is the formative time period of the human psyche. Therefore, we have to interact with other humans in order for us to develop reasonable individual personalities. Everyone goes through what you might call a hero's journey in this regard. Everyone is formed by their interactions or their reliance on other people. So, what you are essentially suggesting is that one of the things that humanizes She-Hulk makes her a worse character. To which I would like to remind you that you spent the first couple paragraphs whining about other people not understanding this character. So you may want to purchase yourself a mirror, Sean, before you go railing at other people.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Damn it. Give me a second, it'll come to me. Right, okay. So, a video I had seen by Micah Curtis, who talked about this exact same article.
Mm-hmm.
He did mention that the story of She-Hulk is a story of a family member saving another family member, of basically doing what heroes do, and you wanting to change that for just the reason that it's a dude saving a woman. Kind of a stupid thing. I'm very much just whittling down and just kind of giving my own twist on what he said, but that's fundamentally.
And again, if your issue if I'm to be a little bit more charitable to you and saying that you don't have a problem with it being a male character, you just have a problem with any character being in any way subservient to another character at any point throughout their origin. The point I'd like to get through to you is the hero's journey is one of a person who is vulnerable becoming less vulnerable through usually some kind of attaining of a power or skill set. Therefore, you essentially want to take Jennifer's perfectly salient hero's journey and remove the part of it where she's vulnerable or in any way subservient to another character. One of the ways we demonstrate vulnerability is having that character subservient or linked to another character. It's breaking the bond or differentiating themselves from that character that is the first step toward a character gaining power a lot of the time. And surprise, surprise, in the actual arc of She-Hulk, at least before the social justice set got a hold of her and basically made her a gender flipped version of her cousin, that was how her arc ended up. she differentiated herself from her cousin by being a different kind of Hulk entirely. One that wasn't subdued or subservient to the anger issues that the Hulk had always been subservient to. Know what I mean? So what you're essentially doing is you're taking away her ability to differentiate herself from the Hulk, and you are calling that individualizing her. I don't know how the fuck your brain manages this, Sean. I don't know how any of your brains manage this. You take away a character's individual attributes and you call that empowering them, when in actuality it was their finding of their individuality that empowered them in the first place. You have absolutely no idea how power dynamics work, or how human nature works, or how the very fabric of logic works, it seems.
Mm-hmm. But here's the interesting thing. Since MCU Hulk has now become Professor Hulk, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
With this She-Hulk, you would technically get kind of a copy of Hulk. Not as smart, obviously.
Yeah.
But she would be a talking, walking, tall green lady. Just a gender flipped version of Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Now in the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
So I can kind of see where they want to kind of change. Actually, I don't even know how they would change it, to be honest. How to make her kind of different.
Well, but I don't think Sean has thought of that, or I don't think he's thought that far ahead. I think he's just saying because he was a man, we need to remove him from her backstory because reasons. Or it's wrong for characters to be subservient to other characters because that makes them look inferior in some way.
You gotta lean on someone sometime.
Well, not only that, but again, the whole crux of a hero's journey is moving from a state of relative inferiority to a state of non-inferiority. That's how hero journeys work.
Mm.
So in order for her to go through a substantive hero's journey, she needs to be at some point weakened so that she can find and learn to utilize a strength, which in this case is literal strength.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that.
You're good, man. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, I got nothing to add. We can move on.
Okay.
Proceed.
Yeah.
Her existence is solely due to the actions of the Hulk. This connection makes her transformation into a hero that stands on her own even more difficult. Fans will never forget she is only there because her cousin is the Hulk.
That,
No. You are so very, 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 very wrong, sir.
It's like they don't even
because the majority of the fans of the character understand that the thing that defines her is her difference from the Hulk. That is the thing that defines her. That is what most people enjoy about her. That she is so different from the Hulk. The fact that she doesn't have to become a green pulsing rage monster in order to become the powerful character that she is. What you appear to have misconstrued there is people who don't have familiarity with the character can't get past that. But the solution to a person not having enough familiarity with a character is for them to become familiar with the character. But here is the issue. In your mind, or what appears to be your position, there's no substantive difference between a person who is familiar with the character and a person who is not familiar with the character. They're all lumped into the same box. Because once again, you and your ilk refuse to acknowledge the existence of this thing we call merit.
Also, stepping out of it. Also,
there is a substantive difference from the state of not knowledgeable on a character to knowledgeable on a character. The acquisition of knowledge changes the nature of the thing. And if you assert that it doesn't, then you are in a significant minority of very, very, very stupid people.
I am back.
Sure.
Also, there's a whole thing of also.
Perfect timing. I was just done with the point.
Welcome
yeah.
back. There's also the whole thing of like stepping out of someone else's shadow stories are like classics. Just like, yeah, she might be somewhat, yeah, she's tied to Bruce Banner because that's her cousin. He's
And
had
Corrupt is back, apparently.
Wait, you didn't know I was back? Hello?
I can hear you.
I don't think Dalton can. Let me sign in and out. Dalton.
Shit,
Where'd Dalton
my
go?
Wi-Fi is crapping out. Give me a second. I'll have to
No problem.
I'll have to
I am
disconnect and reboot.
No problem. I am so fucking tired. My body feels like it's going to die.
I get that feeling sometimes.
Like, so I got really sick last night. Like, really, I got really sick last night, and I've been trying to stay up the entire day, but my body feels like it wants to die.
Oh yeah, I've had that problem too, man. It's not fun.
Dude, it's so awful. I feel so fucking bad right now.
But what were you gonna say? I guess with relating to
Oh, I was just gonna say that like characters have been tied into each other's backstory. Like you can say the same thing about Peter Parker's Spider-Man. How Tony Stark is the MCU Spider-Man. How Tony Stark is tied so heavily into his story. That doesn't stop him from being a strong, independent character. It's just in this case, it's a woman being tied to a man, and these people don't. And these are the usual suspects who don't like a woman's backstory being so intimately tied into a man because of their own fucking man-hating, like Miss Sanders bullshit. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry if I interrupted you before, Corrupt. I just couldn't hear. I just couldn't hear what you were saying.
You weren't. No, you were fine. I am going to die though.
No dying. I forbid it.
Oh, my body fucking hurts so much. Well, it doesn't hurt. It's just that I'm still sick, so like I'm just so drained.
Ah.
I think I'm gonna get sick sometime soon.
We need your brainstormer. Don't die.
Oh no, I'm gonna, unless I'm like puking up my guts, puking up like my intestines and stuff. I'm gonna do this.
Anakin Skywalker may return in Episode 9.
Why?
I don't know. I guess the same reason the Emperor is coming back in Episode 9.
Oh, because we completely fucked everything up and destroyed everything, and everyone hates us now, we have to go back to the cow of things that people actually enjoyed and milk it.
Yeah.
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 Doomcock, I just watched a video like Doomcock released like a week ago about a full-on rant.
Oh my god, that was beautiful, man. I remember that.
Yeah, you saw that? Dude, that was...
Yes, that was fucking beautiful, man. Like, Doomcock, it was kind of a, like, take off the persona moment for him, where he just ranted about how they don't care about art, how they treat it like... They're basically treating Star Wars like... the way they're treating Star Wars, how like they're doing it by committee. They're trying to like make these characters that have no definite personalities because nothing really matters. Like what he said, something like it doesn't matter. Like will Kylo Ren be redeemed or will he remain a villain? Will Rey go to the dark side or will Rey not go to the dark side? It doesn't really matter because we can do whatever the fuck we want anyway.
Well, it stems from the whole art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself thing, and also the fact that these people essentially view culture the way a general views a battlefield map. Dude. They don't really care about the substance of the places they're going or what they're doing when they get there. They just care about marking the territory with as many flags of their own virtue as possible. They want to essentially claim this, that, and the other IP in the name of intersectional social justice feminism.
I feel like Dalton should have watched that like brainstorm, because that was an amazing rant. They've basically turned culture and the entertainment medium into just like McDonald's or some shit. I love that fucking shit, man. Oh my god.
Well, because they don't care about the actual quality of the thing they're producing, and in fact, in a lot of cases, they actively despise the concept of quality and think it's a harmful social construct. They just care about occupying the right number of spaces on the monopoly board, as it were.
Yeah. Two things. One, sometime in the future, we are going to get Doomcock on here. I know that.
Yes, that would be amazing.
And two, we are going to cover Star Wars after Episode 9 comes out.
We are or aren't. Okay, awesome. Because I want to.
Yeah, we kind of have to.
Because that's going to be a huge thing. I kind of want to cover that.
Well, mainly it's going to be an excuse for me to pitch my idea for a sequels trilogy.
No
offense to you, brainstormer, but I'm on team. Just bring back the expanded universe. God damn it. Because, like, everyone and their mother loves the EU. Why wouldn't you just make EU movies? The work is already freaking done for you.
Probably because it isn't an original Disney product. You know how they are about their IPs and shit.
Well, but since they just bought Star Wars anyway, just take the books the books and the comics and what have you of the EU and adapt them. I guarantee you that if they did a Star Wars sequel trilogy that starred like Han and Leia's actual son and that whole shenanigans with the EU and leading into like Darth Revan and the like, and even if they wanted to do prequel movies set in like the Old Republic, that would work infinitely better than fucking the Right Honorable Mary Sue and Emo Zuko.
Emo Zuko. He's like Zuko. That's fucking mean. I love it.
I thought that's actually insulting to Zuko because he was actually a good character.
It is, but it's like, yeah, emo hot topic version of Zuko is basically what Kylo Ren amounts to.
Well, Zuko was already technically emo.
I remember when
he was substantively emo. Like he was emo because the world made him that way. Kylo Ren is just whining because bad things happened to him once.
I remember when that scene where he like busted up his helmet in the elevator and he just threw like that massive temper tantrum in the elevator, and I'm just like, this is our villain, ladies and gentlemen.
You dented my helmet, fourth foot.
Something like that can work. I just think you need to have it properly built up, and I don't think they properly built it up.
They just need.
The sad thing is, Joffrey Baratheon is infinitely scarier than Kylo Ren. And Kylo Ren has fucking magic telekinesis force powers.
Yeah, I remember he body slammed some guy in the trailer or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like...
All right, guys.
What's up?
It's just we got this and a few other things to cover, so...
Oh, yeah.
Back on topic.
Well, we'll talk more about it when December comes around. It is fans will never forget who she is only there because of her cousin. Because her cousin is the Hulk. It is also vital for Marvel to continue to push female superheroes on their own, without a reliance on their male counterparts.
Okay, again, this is going to sound like a really patronizing question, but why though? I understand you've asserted things because morality, but you've neglected to fill in the section of code where you actually explain yourself why they need to actually do this thing. I know you think they need to do this thing, but you must understand that the rest of the world does not operate within the confines of your strict moral code.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to fill in some blanks for the actual why this needs to be a thing. Why can they not just do what makes logical sense for them to do? Why must they sacrifice everything on the altar of gender ideology? Explain, please.
Also, I have something to say. Before, I'm assuming Corrupt, you might have something to say as well.
Go ahead.
Fuck off! Thank God for soundboards.
Agreed.
But Corrupt, do you have anything to say before we continue?
Only it kind of goes along with Dalton is saying, but again, it's like there doesn't even really seem to be a reason. It's just that he's a man, therefore, like it's like I've always said, like they operate on these really like antagonistic and hostile sort of like ideas where you can't have men and women succeed together. It has to be a woman succeeding over a man at any cost, and any sort of like importance a man's role plays in a woman's life or a superheroine's life, it's seen as a negative because men are the eternal oppressors and women are the eternal victims.
Yeah. It's because of the fucking false dichotomy. Because we've set up men as the totalitarianistic oppressor class and women as the ever put upon noble victim class. Any action that's taken in that context needs to be seen through that lens, or we're not doing it right, apparently.
Yeah.
Also, just getting ahead of this meme before it's the thing. Green Man bad.
Green Man bad. That's fun. I like that. That's good.
You know, the fact that that's said, I feel like some SJWs wouldn't like at least a video I made on my other channel.
What's that?
I don't know. It was a while back, but I think Dalton either dared me or like asked me if I could or something around that line. I would, if I could make my own, like, it was something about A-Force, you know, the all-female superhero thing.
Yeah.
I said I could probably make a better all-female superhero team, writing-wise and stuff, than what Marvel would probably make now. And mainly, I just focused on the characters being, characters, not female characters, just characters that happen to be female. And a couple of the characters are connected with with other male characters. Mainly one that gets her powers by seeing her family, her son, her husband, who was in the mob, and her, I believe, son, murdered right in front of her, and she would have died too if she had not developed her superpowers. And she goes on a murderous rampage to kill everyone in the mob responsible for her husband and son's death.
Like it would be so much more interesting than this.
Yeah, again, it's just I kind of go with the philosophy of with like how Ripley was created for Aliens. I write the characters, and they could be either male or female. It doesn't matter as long as it provides an interesting character. That's what matters.
It would be nice to actually have characters be characters for once, and not stand-ins for someone's ideology.
I have no ideology, so I'm good on writing those characters.
Dalton, you there?
Yeah.
Or have you been? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I stepped away to close my door because I realized it was open and that I might be making more noise than I should.
No problem.
Captain Marvel was a step in the right direction, and making Marvel female helped remove her from the shadow of a male version of the character.
Right, because
What
yeah, I told you.
What now?
That's why, like earlier, that's why I kept bringing up the fact that they don't have an issue with Marvel being a female because Marvel is a female. It's not. It's just because it's just about gender for them. That's literally all this is about. If the Hulk were a woman, they wouldn't care. That's literally the entire argument because it's about a male versus female dynamic. That's why they're okay with Marvel. That's why they would be okay with Carol Danvers living in the shadow of Marvel because Marvel is a woman. right?
But here's the thing: in that movie, Marvel is barely a character, and she has no pull or weight. So the purpose, so even changing up, I would have been fine if there was an actual character in the story, but there's no character.
No, the point is that Marvel's a female. It doesn't matter how. Nothing else really matters beyond the sex.
Well, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, it is.
It has checked our ideological boxes, therefore it is approved.
Yeah,
No
it
matter
literally
how
doesn't
crappy
matter.
and miserable it is.
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter outside of her being a woman. That's literally it. That's all that really matters. Is she a woman? Yes. Then okay. That's it.
Well, to those people who say that,
Actually, it does get a little bit more complex than that because, of course, women can have controversial or contrarian opinions, and we can't have that. So they also need to be feminist women.
oh my god.
You could, for example, you couldn't get away with making a biopic about, say, Karen Strawn, one of the leading men's rights advocates.
Well, they've just
Who happens to be a woman in this day and age because she has no woman card because we say so.
When I was an SJW, the people I used to hang out with said she wasn't a real feminist. Just that's like straight away. When I asked who she was, because I had heard her name, they were like, "Oh, she's not a real feminist. She's a fake feminist."
Christina Hoff Sommers.
Yeah, they would say she's a fake feminist.
That doesn't surprise me. Because she actually understands that the wage gap is largely statistically oriented bullshit, and that most of the women's rights issues that feminists were sort of tasked with dealing with were resolved back in the fucking 70s and 80s.
Okay, moving on. Wasp, on the other hand, remains connected to Ant-Man. Scarlet Witch had a brother and now the Vision. Well, no, she doesn't have the Vision anymore. And Wasp, they're partners. You know?
Yeah, and Wasp was always seen as more capable than her. Or more capable than him.
Yeah.
In every instance. So there.
And oh my god, God forbid anyone have a brother or any family member who's male. But yeah, that's what this entire, you could condense the entirety of this argument into, I don't like the fact that he's male. That's it. That's literally it. And you could call it a day. Because none of this matters. None of this would matter if his gender, if he were a female. That's it. That's why this article, in my opinion, is pointless, because you can literally boil it down to he's male and I don't like men.
I agree. I agree, Corrupt. It's just for argument's sake, we finish the article just so we don't get called out for us just picking and choosing.
Yeah, you're misquoting or strawmanning or misrepresenting. Read the text and then explain.
Here's my thing. I could understand that argument. I could understand that if we had just read the title and made a judgment based on that alone. But you've read so much of this article, that's no longer an argument. At least that's my opinion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just
go ahead.
It's just a precaution, because you never know when you might get some fucking Christy Winters up in here going, citation needed. And it's useful to have the citation. And it's also intellectually honest to actually go through the thing.
I agree completely. Go ahead.
By changing She-Hulk's origin, she could be more like Captain Marvel and Black Widow than characters like Wasp or Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch has kind of been her own character so far. I mean, yeah, she hasn't gotten her own movie, but the thing is that she has been her own character. She found love with Vision. That's fine. I mean, you don't want a character to fall in love? She's lost a lot. Her home, her family. Vision has pretty much been the only one there for her.
You know, there are actually feminists who would probably say that her defining herself via her heterosexual relationship with the Vision is forbidden as well.
Yeah.
Vision's a robot.
Vision still presents as
he's a
male.
presenting robot, therefore
he presents
masculine.
male. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty much my opinion too, honestly. I love how just disgusted brainstormers sound.
Yeah, it's just
I
how
have been
stupid
too
they are.
long looking into this abyss. I'm out.
I don't care. Whatever. Brainstorm.
Like, I'm just getting to the point where I don't care, but I have to keep going just on the fact that I want to at least not be called out for misrepresenting information.
Yeah.
No, it's
And also because we essentially do this so no one else will have to.
Yeah.
Every argument we make against this kind of bullshit is one less argument that somebody else will eventually have to make. Hopefully.
But Black Widow in the MCU was defined by the Avengers, who was primarily made up of dudes. Just point that out.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but again, the only solution to this particular criticism is for characters to be grown in bubbles as perfect Mary Sues and never ever have a relationship with any other being whatsoever.
Oh, that's a horrifying image, grown in bubbles. But yeah, you're right.
That's the only way out of the situation, because in their mind, every relationship is a power dynamic. Therefore, any relationship any character has with another character is that character being subservient to the other character. Therefore, the only correct solution is to remove all potentials for any kind of relationship, so that the being in question never loses any of their quote unquote power to any other beings. It's not as though we're a social species that needs, social interaction and people to emulate in order to develop senses of personality or anything. It's not as though biology exists. It's not as though experiments on monkeys have literally been done where they will die. They will die if they're not displayed some kind of affection by something.
Okay, that got dark.
No, seriously. There was a psychological experiment in, I want to say, the 1950s, done by this guy by the name of Dr. Harlow. He took two sets of monkeys. One set of monkeys he put in front of a wire robot mother entity that would provide them with all of the food and nourishment they needed, but would terrify the living shit out of them and never give them anything approximating affection. And then he created another mother figure that was soft and inviting and nurturing, but didn't have any of the survival mechanisms, so it wouldn't provide food or water or anything to them. And like 9 times out of 10, the monkeys would seek out the nurturing mother as opposed to the survival-oriented mother, and the monkeys that sought out the nurturing mother would actually die because they would rather be nurtured and cared for by the nurturing surrogate mother than survive via the terrifying one. So yeah, we've established that at least in the case of the monkeys and a lot of our other close ape relatives, affection is a survival mechanism. And we need it
dark,
to
though.
become well-rounded beings, or we will literally die of broken heart.
Yeah, no, it's still dark. It's a still dark thing.
Yeah. Well, it is also kind of hopeful if you think about it, because it means that human beings are wired for love. It is.
Instead of just being like, give me food.
Yeah,
I kind of want to laugh
instead of being the nihilistic edgelords that so many of the SJWs want to think we all are. Given the choice between basic survival mechanisms and affection, apparently human beings go for affection more often than not.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna use that. I'll be right back. You guys keep going.
I was gonna say, I wanted to laugh at Dalton's phrase there about human beings being wired for love.
Well, I mean, the data says what the data says. I'm not being unnecessarily romantic here. Monkeys chose love over food, so that appears to be what the data suggests.
Well, I was also going for a joke, but never mind. It also isn't unprecedented in comics, even though Teddy Altman goes by the name Hulkling. The Young Avengers member has nothing to do with the Hulk. He only looks like a Hulk to make the Young Avengers idea work. He is a shape changer, half Skrull, half Kree. Yeah, he's actually Captain Marvel's, like the actual Marvel in the comics, son.
Yes. And to be fair, the reason why he goes for the Hulk form in universe is because he is significantly bigger and stronger than most people in his natural state. That's why because he's the offspring of the Super Skrull and a Kree warrior. Therefore, he has.
Oh, I thought he was the son of Captain Marvel and the Skrull Princess.
Yes, but at the time, I think she held the powers of the Super Skrull, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Because I remember Teddy having the powers of the Super Skrull being somewhat important at one point. But point being, the reason he defaults to the Hulkling mode is because he is significantly bigger and stronger than your average human because of his genetics. He could potentially choose to be smaller if he wanted to, but the way that Skrull transformation tends to work, if they go too far outside of their humanoid sort of comfort zone, it does start to physically hurt them. So potentially being smaller than you otherwise were probably would hurt significantly.
Okay. That's an interesting character. I want to see that character on screen.
Yes, and by the way, I will say this again because they are one of my favorite couples in comics. Hulkling and Wiccan are adorable, and we need a movie about them that's a rom-com. I insist.
Also, give them a happy ending in comics and the movies.
Yes, and also start using them in the comics again because for whatever reason, when the social justice characters moved in, they forgot the two gay dudes that were already established, basically.
Yeah. Also, North Star as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Can't remember the husband character though.
I don't remember either what his husband's name was, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
But that being the case, I want a Hulkling and Wiccan movie.
And it has nothing to do with gamma irradiated rage. Giving She-Hulk a similar facelift could go a long way to creating a great new standalone character in the MCU. She's still She-Hulk. Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, and in this case, changing her origin wouldn't change the character significantly unless you also changed her personality.
Yeah.
But I assume you're already going to do that, and there lies the crux of the problem. You find it to be a less egregious thing to change a character's personality than it is to change their origin.
They'll turn her into a frigid bitch who hates men. That's basically.
Yeah, and not even a cool one, because you can do cold hard bitch you can do that well. Case in point, the character of Margot Hansen from The Magician. She is the archetypal hard bitch, but she is also a really interesting character.
Oh, there is one too. There are like two I can mention, but I don't think you guys would understand the references of those characters.
What are the characters from?
Agent Texas and Agent Carolina of Red versus Blue.
Oh, I used to watch that. My friend used to watch that.
It was fine up until season, I believe, 13. Then it kind of started to go downhill.
Like, I remember that show.
But yeah, no, they're both badass bitches, but they're also like total hard asses. I mean, eventually one learns to kind of open up and be part of the Red versus Blue family with the Reds and Blues.
Yeah,
we don't even necessarily even need to go that obscure. Just look at Ellen Ripley from Alien, or Sarah Connor from Terminator franchise. That is how you do a hard badass bitch properly.
What is it? Salt from what's that fucking movie that everyone what's it that fucking movie that everyone hates? Like there's lots of movies that Milja Jovovich played in where she
Talking about Ultraviolet.
yeah, Ultraviolet. Thank you. Yes, somebody knows what I'm talking about.
Well, no, I remember it. I don't remember anything about it, but I remember seeing it on a visual effects.
Ultraviolet. Yeah, she was like a hard ass bitch, but she had like a soft kind of like center to her. Like there's like a lot of those movies that she was like basically a female action star. So like a lot of her characters
she was in sucked.
Say that again.
The movies she was in sucked.
They did suck a lot. A lot of them sucked. She also was a part of the Resident Evil franchise, which was basically like a female action star franchise.
Yeah, that series sucked.
I really didn't like it. They did suck, but they were like if you're talking about like female action stars, that would pretty much be her. Even if her movies weren't that great. I like some of them. I don't think they all sucked. I did like Ultraviolet.
Poor character, Alice was.
Oh, Alice? Yeah, I remember Alice.
Yeah, she was a poor character. That's why I didn't like her.
I don't know. Like, I feel like she developed decently in the first movie, but then she just became this weird Mary Sue that was everywhere after the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Okay. Actually, that is pretty much it.
Thank fuck.
I wouldn't count your chickens just yet, Corrupt.
You got some more? You got some more?
We have, well, one thing is fun. Last thing, I think, if you're still around, I don't think you're going to like. Don't knows what I'm talking about.
What's the last one, anyway?
The last thing we're going to cover is the Birds of Prey TV spot / teaser thing.
That looks... I've heard that was pretty awful.
That's kind of why I wanted to keep it a secret to get your actual reaction.
You want to watch that one now, then? Because, like...
You know what? Yeah.
Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know how long I'm going to be around, because, like, I feel like I'm dying right now, so...
Okay. Yeah, let me pull that up. We were going to cover the Joker trailer as well, so...
the one that everyone's calling, like, the incel movie now?
Oh, God, yeah. Right.
I'm on the fence about this movie. I don't... Like, I'm just on the fence about it.
Because it's not like we should actually call attention to people suffering that makes them lead to, like, radicalization or anything. No, we should just call them all monsters when they do terrible things and never make any attempts to understand them at all.
Unless they're women. Oh, you were saying something, Brainstormer?
Well, I thought you were going to say something, so that's fine.
No. All right, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I thought... Yeah, what did I think? Fuck, I'm losing my... okay. I was going to say, I thought people were upset about it because it was putting mental health in a negative light.
No, they're upset because we shouldn't empathize with toxically masculine straight white males and their false victimhood.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's fucking stupid.
You shouldn't portray men who then go on to do violent things as in any way sympathetically, because we need to maintain the myth that they are monsters and the only reason they act this way is because of something that went wrong in their version of masculinity. And it's not as though any male humans ever have any problems or anything that they would have to negatively react to. And it's not as though teaching them to bottle up these emotions is exactly the fucking problem or anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty much spot on, Mr. Dalton. That's exactly what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
That's what I said, brainstormer.
No, no, no. Something's up here.
All right,
Uh,
statue.
Oh, he dipped out. I think he had some technical difficulties.
Well, you know what that means. It's time for us to banter and keep the so
Audience occupied,
exactly.
if
Give
we
us some
must.
banter. Give us some banter, Dalton. Start us off.
Um, well, gee, put a guy on the spot, why don't you? Fuck.
Oh, shit.
Have you seen? Have you gotten a chance to look at the new Dark Crystal series on Netflix?
Oh, the resistance. They tell like I've heard like how is it?
It's really, really fucking good. Like, it might be the best thing Netflix has ever made so far.
Really?
It kicks so much ass.
And it's called the resistance. Like
Uh, the Age of Resistance,
oh
Dark
the
Crystal Age of Resistance.
okay.
It's a prequel. It's a prequel to the movie that explains sort of how the Gelfling genocide happened and why the crystal went dark in the first place.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's all
I'm sorry, guys. Something happened. Like my Google Chrome just went out for some reason.
no problem. We're all having like technical difficulties today anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
What did I miss? I'm like,
We were talking about the Dark Crystal series on
yeah,
Netflix.
Dawn's been kind of on my ass about like in Netflix so I can watch it.
You should. It's really good. I've rewatched it like 3 times since it premiered.
Yeah, I'm handling it. I've already let someone know about the Netflix thing, so I'll let you
Okay.
know when I have it and when I can.
Alrighty. And then
We can Netflix.
we can discuss it in review format.
We can Netflix party it one day if you want to.
That's a thing.
Oh yeah, Netflix party. Since I have Netflix, or I can basically play it and we can all watch it in like a room.
Sure.
Neat.
So if you want to watch it, we can watch it. Yeah.
Birds of Prey and the Fabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. I thought that was just a joke title for this that Margot Robbie wrote on the script.
Wait. Is that legit?
That's legit. That's legit.
The title, folks. In case you had any doubts about us currently entering feminist hell, abandon hope all ye who enter here.
When this movie comes out, I am most definitely doing a rewrite of this fucking movie.
Please do.
Just Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna laugh if the Joker ends up making more than this movie does.
It probably is. It probably is.
This movie has like twice the budget of the Joker movie, and the Joker movie looks like about 10 times better.
I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that. When is this coming out anyway?
2020.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to watch. The Emancipation of Harley Quinn. Oh, fuck off.
Well, it's Birds of Prey and the Fabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. Who the fuck comes up with these titles?
Feminist.
Dumbasses, what I call them.
The two are not mutually exclusive, as we are very, very clear on at this point.
Yeah, though I will be blunt. I thought this was like some type of fan trailer based on like the beginning of this teaser. Like, you know how some people make those fan edited trailers that look real?
Yeah.
I actually have a friend of mine who's gotten thought like some Star Wars fan trailers were the actual thing. And I had to tell him, and he was disappointed.
It was like, wait, this is real? People make this? Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which one thing also adds to my credit of my statements about how fans can make something better than what actual filmmakers make.
Again, almost like when you put effort and expertise into things, you end up with a better product than when you just use it as a means to an end or something.
I actually re-edited a Solo trailer a few years back. Completely redid it, and honestly, I think it was a lot better than the actual trailers.
Effort and expertise are tools of the patriarchy. They separate people along lines of. I got nothing. I'm too tired to go on with this.
Okay, so let's just continue before Corrupt passes out.
Yep. Because I'd also like to get to the Joker trailer while he's still here as well. So.
Right.
Look, it's a wet balloon. Look at all the wet balloons. God, this looks so cheap.
It reference.
I'm so fucking over clowns.
Oh shit!
What did she say?
I'm so fucking over clowns in a weird New York accent. God, that costume. Hold on, let me see if I can get a better shot. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was like they spliced. They were trying to make a better trailer, like there's some fan doing it, because it wasn't on a original, like on a. I just thought like with the it kind of thing in the beginning.
Yeah.
But no, this is for real. This is what some highly paid ad executive came up with. And was paid
Jesus
for.
Christ, look at that costume. That's not even a fucking costume. That's just what the fuck. Like we've talked about this before. Like I think we did an article about it.
Yeah.
Like the costumes, and I showed like fan art of showing like different designs for Harley Quinn's costume. The actual original Harley Quinn costume can fucking work. Just morons don't know how to make it fucking work. Like there's even a version of it that could take place in Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy world.
Yeah, but that would require having actual respect for the material, and we can't have that.
I agree. Like the thing is that you have to respect the material for what it is. If you don't and you see it as stupid or silly or like ridiculous, then you're going to be hesitant about adapting it, and you're going to want to change it for what you consider to be a more realistic adaptation.
Right. So I agree with that. I agree with that. Corrupt. But here's my own thing with like adapting stuff. My whole thing is that as long as you don't change the fundamental core of the property or the characters, you can add things or take away things that don't work. It all really just depends on.
Well, but here's your problem, Brainstormer. You and I know there is a core. These people don't. They assume the entire enjoyment of comic books or comic book based media is a facade created by people who don't know how to think.
Well,
they cannot see fans as valid human beings.
Well,
they cannot.
It's just like, for example, if you think the medium itself is ridiculous or corny or something like that, then you're not going to have an understanding or appreciation for the core of it. You're going to take parts of it that you may like and adapt it. That's why when it comes to like adapting comic book movies, they always seem to adapt parts of them, but not all of them. Or when they do adapt like more than a few parts, they change them into whatever this is supposed to be. Then again, you do have the MCU though, but I wouldn't consider.
Again, my thing is that, well, I've also said this, like if you're going to do like adaptation of some, get someone who's a fan but is also willing to push things. Again, it's a balance thing for me. Like you got to have a balance between these things.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, but just Jesus Christ.
Because the world not being on fire is a harmful, oppressive system that needs to be destroyed.
But here's the thing. I don't know a lot about Birds of Prey. I saw the TV series. I had it on DVD.
Yeah, I saw the TV series too.
Yeah. I didn't think it was bad. I think there were issues with it, of course. One thing is a TV series, and
that's the thing, right? It's like they take these old TV shows or old comic book properties And then and it's weird because they're like, this isn't girl power enough, so we're going to make it feminist, even though that's literally what the
how it started to begin.
That's literally how
it's like with fucking Charmed, like that. The whole purpose of that show was nothing but 90s era girl power, but 90s era girl power was the second wave, and we can't have anything second wave. Throw a bunch of the pressure press dynamic shit in there and make
Exactly.
So
everyone an allegory for racism and rapiness and whatnot.
Rapiness?
Yeah.
Rapiness? Did you say rapiness or rabiness?
I said rapiness.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that's a word.
I reserve the right to socially construct new words, given that is the mindset of the people we were talking about.
Oh my god, that's funny. I like how Brainstormer just stopped for a second. He's just like, rapiness. That's not a word.
I'm a grammar guy, okay? Me and Dolan, I read some of Dolan's work, a few weeks, for the last few weeks, on another show of ours, Offstage Soliloquy. And again, my whole thing is that it's typos and just grammar, punctuation mistakes. Believe it or not, he's actually a better storyteller than I am. Well, I was when I was like 15 or 16. I don't know about now, but again, it's just grammar is kind of a thing with me.
Yeah, I know. But at any rate, let's finish this one off so we can get to the good one. The thing that actually has a chance of making DC actual money at some point.
I can't. This Harley Quinn is a fucking joke, and not a funny joke at all. Like one of those jokes that makes you cry.
One of those jokes that you feel like you'd have to explain to somebody. And in the immortal words of Mark Hamill's Joker, if you have to explain the joke, there is no joke.
Actually. Oh, sake. That costume.
God, she looks stupid.
Yeah. That is literally the fucking title. I can't get over that. I can't.
Well, is this the official Warner Brothers trailer?
I believe it was leaked.
Because the view, how many? I'm guessing that's 18,000 views, right? 18,000 thumbs up.
1,000, 1,000.2. It has 125,789 views.
That is low reception.
Well, okay. Again, this isn't like
it's not only leaked here though. It's
okay.
You can find it in like a dozen different places all throughout.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I actually looked up at Moviegasm on YouTube.
Yeah,
it was in like Spanish or something though. So this one was English, like the titles and stuff.
But yeah, that's DC's attempt at a movie. Now let's actually get to the one that seems like an actual movie at some point.
Well, I wanted to bring up that Ewan. No, he only played Obi-Wan in prequels.
Ewan McGregor.
Thank you, Dalton. He's playing the villain in this. Black Mask.
Oh yeah.
And I feel bad for the actor because he's a fucking amazing actor, and he's working in this shit.
Well, I mean, after you've been in the Star Wars prequels, is this really any more shameful? Actually, no. The prequels were Shakespeare compared to this. Fuck it. I retract my snark.
It's a fucking disgrace. That's what it is. This movie. Like, I don't know a lot about the Birds of Prey, but I would go, like, for my rewrite, I'm most likely just going to do everything I can to get as much knowledge and stuff, like research about them, just so I make sure it's good.
Yeah.
Like, it's at least attempting to be faithful to the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Anyway, hit the button.
I actually have to keep this off stream for a second. Well, no, it's just it saves me time than opening another tab and stuff.
Alrighty. So, Joker. The good one. The one that's actually, hopefully, God willing, going to make DC the monies.
Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Joker trailer. Final trailer. I will say this, though. The cinematography is amazing, and everyone drink, because I said something about film.
Yep. That's part of his drinking game, folks.
What's Corrupt's drinking game? I'm not really sure about that.
Whenever he says something that makes you wonder, these are the people. Whenever he says something that makes you wonder if there are any boundaries of decency, that's when you drink.
That's the drinking game for me.
So basically, every time
your name is corrupt, so that has to at least be part of your drinking game.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm a little out of it.
Actually, no. When also as part of your drinking game, whenever you get vaguely turned on by cringe, is also an opportunity to drink for you.
I'm vaguely turned on by cringe. Also, I'm sorry.
You do. You get. I've never seen someone get so excited about such awful things than you when it comes to cringe. Like, I remember when I showed you the Random McCann Medicare drama. It was like for like 2 weeks you were just completely and totally into it. I was like, oh
I was
my God,
so excited about that. Like, you have no. I was so excited. I rediscovered IBS, and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing, and like this is like a new world Dalton has showed me.
Didn't I show you that like when you were in the middle of being sick the last time?
Yes, you did.
And it was like what got you through being sick.
I did.
Apparently, like I remember you messaging me that like this is what's getting me through being sick, and I'm like, okay.
Well, Corrupt, before you go, we're going to watch this trailer, and hopefully it leaves you in higher spirits.
Also, guys, I'm sorry if I'm really quiet, not very talkative, but I'm just so tired and drained.
We get it.
You feel better, dude.
All right.
Save your strength. Maybe in the next couple weeks we'll need the cringe devourer, as I.
Okay.
Next week is a definite. We will need some cringe being devoured because like.
Okay.
Please stop bothering like him.
Sorry. All right, there. I like that scene. It's a good character building moment before
it's on the nose, but it's on the nose in like a darkly funny way. So I think it works.
Honestly, I feel like this isn't a Joker movie as much as it's a seemingly interesting indie film, more so than a Joker film.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Corrupt. Like, I just feel like the Joker ain't really anything without Batman. Is the thing.
I don't know. I think if anything, this is what happens when you stick the origin from The Killing Joke and the Scorsese movie The King of Comedy in a blender and hit frappe. Because it is a Joker movie. It's just a Joker movie before there was a Batman.
The purpose of Joker is that he is a rise to Batman.
Well, but he doesn't occur after Batman though. He occurs before Batman. That's what he's one of the criminals that Batman becomes Batman to fight. So,
I guess what Brainstormer is trying to say if I may brainstorm, or to correct me if I'm wrong, is that like Batman is sort of a vital element to a Joker story.
Yes.
Right, but we do see the Waynes in this, and we do see a young Bruce Wayne. He's just not Batman yet because his parents are still alive and shit.
It's my thing is that the atmosphere and the feel of a movie don't lend themselves to even if it's an adaptation. Joker, the atmosphere and the tone of the movie, like they just remind me of an indie film. Again, a probably well written indie film, but just an indie film. Or
Well, I think more what it's going for, at least from the director's point of view, is a Scorsese film. Is sort of what they're trying to go for, or like a noir type thing. Which, if anything, when this movie is successful, it will become that much easier to do a Batman movie that's actually a detective noir like Batman should be.
I guess I don't know. Like honestly, I feel like this movie could have been given a completely different title, and it would still be the same thing.
It would still work, but I think it would probably be missing something. It wouldn't be as
it would be missing the buzz. I think it would be missing the buzz. Like that's what I think the main reason for attaching the Joker name to it was that otherwise this won't really get the buzz they wanted to get unless they attach a big time name to it like Joker. I don't know.
Although to be fair, apparently the director lobbied for years to for WB to let him make a Joker movie. So I don't think at least on the director's side that was the goal. It might have been the goal of the studio, but I think the director genuinely wanted to make a Joker movie in the style of Scorsese, which works for me, and everything in this trailer suggests it's going to be good. So,
like I said, I don't think it'll be a bad movie if that's what it came off as. If that's what I came off as, if I'm saying, I don't think it'll be a bad movie. I just don't see it as a Joker movie. I see it as a guy named Joker, honestly, and it could be the same thing. I don't know. You can go ahead and play the rest of the brainstormer.
Okay.
I have some bad news.
Obligatory laugh.
You don't listen to it. You just ask the same questions every week. How's your job? Are you having?
They actually explain from what I've seen of like spoilers of the movie, the reason why he laughs like that is because he essentially has what do you call it?
A nervous tick.
Or affect.
Yeah, it's a nervous
tick.
I remember.
Yeah, he'll nervously laugh at things that he shouldn't laugh at.
Oh, I do that. Well, actually, it's more of when I
defensive mechanism or something.
Yeah, kind of like that. It's like whenever I actually like get hurt or something, I start laughing for no reason.
Because at that point, it's probably a choice between laughing and crying, and you decide to go with laughing on some level.
Either that or I'm just crazy.
Or both. Probably both.
I don't know. I think you undermine yourself a bit too much there. I think you might have like some tendencies that might be a bit awkward, but I don't know. You seem pretty fine for the most part to me.
Well, I see myself as crazy just on the fact that I'm weird compared to other people.
Normal is vastly overrated. I say embrace the weird.
I don't know. Honestly, you seem pretty normal to me. On with the show, gentlemen.
Negative thoughts. All I have are negative thoughts.
Finally, in a world where everyone thinks they can do my job, check out this guy. When I was a little boy, I told people I was comedian.
Again, I do like the whole, what Dawn is called the hero's journey inversion, the villain's journey.
Hold on, say that again.
I like the whole setup of the villain's journey. It's the inversion of the hero's journey.
Yeah, I do like the villain's journey. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and I feel like I would really personally attach myself to Arthur, who will become the Joker. Though I do agree with you, correctly. I just don't think it's specifically Joker.
Yeah, it feels like the thing is, I think it's interesting, and I think the premise is interesting, and it looks like an interesting movie. It's just that honestly, I feel like you could attach any name to this movie, and it wouldn't matter. I really don't think anything. It really doesn't feel like a Joker movie to me. It just feels like a probably really well written movie.
Yeah.
I disagree just based on the fact that I remember his origin from
The
Killing Joke, and this seems like a reasonable facsimile of his backstory from the Killing Joke.
I thought that might be happenstance because isn't it the guy who wrote the movie? I'm out of it. So the director, I think they said that he wasn't like any This isn't like any interpretation of the Joker from the comics. At least that's what I remember reading about it.
I think that was just him attempting to be the avant-garde creative and being a smartass about it, rather than
maybe. I feel like there's no reason for him to do that. If he's gonna say this has nothing, this is like no version of Joker that we've seen in the comics. I don't really have a reason to think he is lying or being arrogant. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
It strikes me that he's being very hipstery, and he's like preaching to the
Contrarian.
choir of elitists in Hollywood that don't like superhero movies. So he's trying to get them to basically get off my back, guys. It's okay. It's okay. It's not really a Joker movie. Take it easy. Meanwhile, it's actually a Joker movie, and he'll probably change his tune once the movie comes out, and it'll be like, yes, I obviously intended for it to be a Joker movie all along, but I knew I needed to make it seem like it wasn't, so people who don't like comic book movies would give it a chance. Which, to be fair, is a smart plan if that is what he's doing. Or he might just be being a really hipstery, edgy fuckboy.
A part of me is kind of worried that it's just going to be one of those Oscar bait films.
Yeah, it does kind of come off as Oscar bait, doesn't it?
I mean, it comes across as a movie that could win an Oscar, but I don't think it doesn't have the pretension that most Oscar bait movies have. Which is good. And if they manage to give this movie an Oscar, then that's one more brick out of the wall between Hollywood and actually acknowledging that popular movies can also be good. So yay.
Though, what you said earlier about like the style and tone, I kind of like it, and I feel like if DC had started with this kind of style and tone before, like to make their universe, I think they would have become a real competition for Marvel.
Maybe, I don't know. Like this style, it does kind of feel like it. This does kind of feel like a little bit like what I remember from Nolan. And I think that's kind of what they were trying to go for in the first place. They were trying to capture that Nolan style.
Right. What I mean is like, kind of, I feel like if they go a little bit more into like the kind of indie circuit with the kind of story, with kind of style of filmmaking they go, if they did that with like the others and made more of like character.
If they made DC a little bit more posh than Marvel, is that what you're kind of getting at? If they made it a little bit more class?
I think that's more of a crapshoot, right? Because indie doesn't necessarily mean something is good.
Well, not that. It's more of like I'm talking like a specific branch of indie where it's like a character.
I think
character.
what he means is like upper class and posh looking, kind of. Is that what you sort of mean, Brainstormer?
No.
Brainstormer. I like your name, by the way. I don't know. That's such a random thing for me to say, but I'm kind of out of it. So,
Right. what I mean is like,
Braid has left the building, everyone.
what I meant is like I like the indie films that go more into like a character introspection, like studying of the
If
character.
DC movies were more character studies, you mean?
Yeah, something like that. Not like the pretentious kind of character studies, but just figure out like make those kind of indie movies that make you really sympathize and care about the characters.
I think that the problem with that, I think, is that it works for some movies and some characters and not others. If that makes any sense. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no interest in like an Aquaman character study or some shit, you know? Like for like some things you want a certain type of style from a movie than you do others. I think this kind of works probably because you can take kind of a really toned down, sort of realistic take on Joker. If we're going to, assuming like putting my own biases aside, if you want to make a realistic take on Joker, this would probably work better than
Yeah.
I
also think it works because the Joker is, by his very nature, very psychological and philosophical, kind of. So doing this kind of deep character study with the Joker makes sense. My sort of compromise between both sides would be, I've been saying this since before Man of Steel came out. I think they should make the DC universe period pieces, because the one place that Marvel cannot touch DC is in the Golden Age. So make a Golden Age set universe. Make period pieces. And that way you can have the sort of posh refinement that these sorts of movies tend to have, and you can make it more character based, but also not lose the comic book roots, as it were.
You know, again, it's just my whole thing is I like characters and stuff, so I just think you do movies that focus on the characters. I'm not saying like forego like the big big extravagant high concept stuff. Obviously, I'm just saying like you focus on the characters mostly. I don't think they've done that at all, to be honest.
DC certainly has not. No, they have no idea what they're doing. They're getting slowly an idea what they're doing. I mean, Wonder Woman was fine, and so was Aquaman, and so was Shazam. But aside from that, it's basically this movie and bust.
Yeah. They really need someone who knows this shit. They need a Kevin Feige.
Like I said, it honestly, like, I don't really think that highly of the Marvel movies. A lot of them are the same, honestly.
I don't disagree. There are like one or two ultimately I find are good.
But the thing of it is, they're infinitely better than what was coming out before the Marvel movies. So,
Batman versus Superman. Your mother's name is
a choice. If it's a choice between what the Marvel movies have to offer and what comic book movies were back in the year 2000, I'm gonna go with the MCU every time. But I also think that the MCU has kind of started resting on its laurels a little bit too much. And I think, or at least I hope, that if this movie does gangbusters, like if this somehow makes more than $1 million, they will learn they need to focus more on character, and even more than that, in my case, atmosphere. Because one of the things that this movie has in spades working for it is the appropriate atmosphere. Whereas with taking like Guardians of the Galaxy out of consideration, they don't really change the atmosphere of their movies very much. You've got the same basic sort of dingy gray color palette mixed with these, kind of funny, flamboyant characters, and that's all well and good, and it's a fine baseline, but you've got to actually deviate from that baseline more often, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But anyway, let's continue.
Everyone laughed at me. Well, no one's laughing now. You can say that again, pal.
So awful, isn't it?
We are all clowns.
Well, if anything, this is the perfect movie to come out during Clown World.
During the clown world meme.
Honk. Fucking honk,
Honk.
motherfucker.
Fucking honk. That's brilliant.
You know what's weird? I don't dislike. I have a mixed relationship with clowns. Like I like them in a circus because that's where they're supposed to be. But I see a clown on in the middle of the night on a street corner somewhere. I'm out. No, fuck that.
Yeah, clowns do have this sort of repelling sort of reputation where, like, you see them and you're like, oh, hey, it's a clown. But when you see them outside in public, it's just weird.
Yeah.
I think that's for two reasons. I think one, it's because clowns, because of the way they look, do kind of evoke the sort of uncanny valley senses that human beings have. And I think also there's a part of the human psyche that distrusts that level of joy, that level of innocence almost. Because we associate clowns with like childhood whimsy and innocence and stuff. But I think the part of us that knows how the world works is more skeptical of that than maybe sometimes we should be. Because where is the monster going to hide? The monster's going to hide in the one place where you'd never expect a monster to be. And what's more benign seeming than a clown? I think we have that natural aversion to that extreme sort of shellacquered, plastered face of pure childhood whimsy.
Right.
We don't trust an adult whose whole job is to mimic childhood.
I mean, it also doesn't help that throughout a lot of media, clowns have been portrayed as scary monsters.
Yeah, but I think if anything, that was probably caused by the sort of the stuff I was just talking about, the sort of dual nature of the clown.
Right. Another reason why I'm terrified of clowns is because of Tim Curry's It. I watched that as a kid.
Waha.
How's your sex life? What's your sex life? I love that.
I really need to watch that again. I don't remember any of that.
It was when his head was when it was in the refrigerator. He had he was in the form of, I think, one of their friends. Was that it?
I think I know the scene you're talking about.
And his head was in the refrigerator, and then they opened the refrigerator, and he was like, so I think he said, Elliot, like, hey, Elliot, how's your sex life? What's your sex life?
which of course makes me think of Tommy Wiseau in The Room and the whole, oh, hi, Mark, how's your sex life?
Oh,
Wait. Now that's a perfect headcanon. What if Tommy Wiseau's character from The Room was Pennywise all along?
I didn't do it. I didn't hit her.
I did not.
Suddenly the world makes so much more sense if you just imagine that Tommy Wiseau's character from The Room is just Tim Curry's Pennywise shapeshifted the entire time.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I think Tommy Wiseau actually made like a video where he played Heath Ledger's Joker. His impression.
Oh God.
Oh man, Hey, can we? I can't mind if we watch the rest of this because.
Yeah.
I'm kind of dying over here.
Yeah.
In my whole life, I didn't know if I even really existed. I Dude, people are starting to notice.
This totally doesn't feel like a Joker movie. I know. I'm gonna watch it before I make a decision.
Yeah. I'm keeping myself on the fence until I actually watch it to have my opinion.
Yeah, it's like holy shit. This honestly feels like a completely different movie.
I mean, it looks like a good movie. It's just again, I'm not really sure if it's a Joker movie.
Yeah, this feels like something like I feel like the ending of this movie should end with him having like establishing civil rights for clowns or something. I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't mind like minor spoilers, I can actually give you some.
No, I know the spoilers you're talking about. The one.
Okay,
like,
so basically the long and the short of it is he's basically clown version of Antifa.
Yeah, like and then like everyone in the city riots. And then that's how
Which is why I find the SJW outrage over this so freaking hilarious, because it's going to be really funny when it turns out that he's basically one of them. And it's gonna be extra funny if all the like men's rightsy sort of aspects of it are still there, but he's also an Antifa member. Because what that's gonna do, hopefully, all other things being equal, is maybe Joker is gonna be the rare movie that our side of the aisle and their side of the aisle can actually agree on for different reasons, mind you, but we can agree that the Joker is a good movie. How amazing would that be if the Joker movie is the movie that Antifa and anti-SJWs can agree on?
I like that.
That'll be the day when hell finally freezes over.
It's so cold down
It
here.
will also be the IRL the confirmation of Clown World. If the movie that unites anti-SJWs and Antifa members is a movie about the Joker, that is Clown World if ever I've seen it.
I will say though is that I think the visual style is really good, and everyone drink.
Yeah.
All right. We're going, Sally. We're gonna bring about change. Soon your people will be free. I'm gonna march on Washington.
Mr. J goes to Washington.
Think this is funny? Is this a joke to you?
One small thing.
Yeah.
Chaos.
Oh yeah, this is so the spoilers were true. All right, and then he kills this fucker, and then the riot happens.
I was talking about.
Although apparently some of the spoilers are from an earlier draft of the script, so they changed it.
Okay.
When you bring me out, can you introduce me as Joker? Send in the clown.
So I'm gonna talk about gay rights and the plight of the trans community.
You know, a fan member of mine, like on September 5th, they thought it came out, that day, and we were going to go see it, but I told them it came out October.
All right, I don't know. Like I said, it looks like a well-written. It looks like a totally different movie.
Yeah.
See, it doesn't to me, because I think they're going for something akin to the Killing Joke's backstory. So,
hey, maybe I'll like I said, I'll reserve my
Yeah, we'll most definitely do a review of
Yeah,
that movie.
I do suspect that unless they completely butcher it somehow, this probably is going to end up being my favorite movie of the year.
I think I don't think it'll be a bad movie. I just think it'll be like how's the best way to say it? I don't think it'll be a bad movie, and I don't think it is a bad movie. I just think it's not really Joker. It's just something else. If that
Yeah.
makes sense. It's a good movie. It's just like something else entirely.
Well, even if it's different, I think they're at least using the Joker as a template, so it works. But anyway, you need to get some rest and go to sleep, corrupt. So
We will
bye.
carry on without you, my friend, until next week.
All right. Oh, we're signing off. All right.
Oh no, we are. I thought you were.
Yeah. We still have like 4 articles to do, and
Jesus
you,
Christ.
sir, have been in the process of dying for most of the
I
stream.
do sound like I'm about to die. Okay. I'm sorry for leaving so early, y'all.
No, you're fine. Just go and get some rest and feel better.
Have
All
crooked and
And don't die.
mischievous dreams.
right. And I love all of you.
Good night, sweet prince.
Sokatano Gaming. How the fuck is Joker a freaking like this? I don't get that first comment, Ahsoka. If you could clarify, please let us know. I feel like this is going to be a bad Joker movie, and yeah, he sounds like he's about to die. So,
Wait, what? What did he say?
Sokatano Gaming. How the fuck is Joker a freaking like this? That one needs clarification, and I feel like this is going to be a bad Joker.
I think what he meant is how is Joker freaking like this? I think is what he actually meant, but there was like a typo or a word added somewhere.
There's an A after Joker before freaking. So
yeah, so it's possible it's just a typo. In which case, because they're doing the Killing Joke by way of the King of Comedy from Scorsese. That's why the Joker is freaking like this, and it looks awesome.
Again, I'm just going to be on the fence until I watch it. That's pretty much how it's going to work for me.
I am relatively sold going in, which means that if they fuck it up, I'm going to be equally pissed.
And me and Corrupt will be allowed to make fun of you if we don't like it as well.
Yes, you will be allowed to make fun of me, but if, on the other hand, it turns out to be as good as I want it to be, I will be able to say I told you so.
Okay,
so, yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
That is the bargain. If I am wrong, then by all means make fun of me, but if I am right, I told you so right.
Yeah, A was autocorrect. So Gaming. Okay. So let me pull up the other article we were going to talk about, which is about Moon Knight, who I don't know a lot about, but I do know I like the character.
I really enjoy the character, and I'm glad he's finally getting a thing.
Wish he got a fucking movie, but every can't be choosers.
I mean, I can understand why they gave him a TV series instead, because he is a smaller scale character with a much more intricate backstory, so he'll benefit from the room, I guess is what I'm saying. Whereas if you just threw him in a movie and if you gave him 2 hours to give his entire backstory, we would be here until the end of time, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. But yeah, Moon Knight is the one I am looking forward to the most in the upcoming crop of Netflix shows. Or not Netflix, but Disney Plus shows.
Sokatano Gaming. So yeah, I liked the one book where Batman and Joker are old dudes and they beat the crap out of each other. It's talking about Dark Knight Returns, or
I think he is talking about The Dark Knight Returns.
I liked Static Shock. Good show. Yeah, it was a good show. So good. Okay. By CBR.com again. Moon Knight may be Marvel's most versatile hero by Gary Walker, September 1st, 2019.
Interesting claim. I will be curious how you attempt to back this up. And please don't fuck it up, because I actually care about Moon Knight as a character. So don't fuck it up.
Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige revealed quite a few new details for the Marvel Cinematic Universe going forward at the D23 Expo. Among Marvel's new series offerings for Disney Plus is Moon Knight, meaning the MCU will finally be treated to the presence of Khonshu's favorite son, Mark Spector.
Yay. Just yay. All of that is yay. Especially if they tie in Khonshu, because I could see them trying to do a version of Moon Knight without Khonshu, and it would piss me right the fuck off. So use Khonshu. Use the weird mystical backstory that he had. Please, I beg of you.
So Katana Gaming, CBR, don't they have a YouTube channel? Yes, they do, but they never really cover their articles on that channel.
Mercifully, because if they did, I think we would be doing a lot more response videos to them.
True.
And I think it would actually take us a lot longer to cover a CBR video than it would a CBR comic.
They mostly do those they mostly do those like top 10 list videos, which I'm on the fence about.
If it's a person whose opinion I actually give a damn about, that's one thing. But if it's just the 1001 watch Mojo video that day, pass.
Yeah. All right.
Because I've actually thought about doing a couple top 10 videos in the past. Like I want to, when I get my channel back going again, I want to do a video which is the top 10 things Supernatural did right.
Meaning a fan favorite character, Moon Knight is an exciting prospect for several reasons. Mark Spector is a complex and interesting character in his own right, but what helps him to make a great addition to the MCU is that he also slots into numerous roles and stories.
Okay, again, do not disagree with that statement, but please get to the point.
Moon Knight suits a variety of story formats, from small, contained street-level adventures to stories that lead the white-clad hero into the cosmos.
Once again, you are correct, sir, but make a point, please.
I think that is kind of his point, that Moon Knight can be, his series can kind of go kind of all over the place.
And again, I agree broadly with the sentiment behind this, but he's not actually saying anything.
Member of several super teams and a participant in numerous crossover events, Moon Knight's versatility in partnerships, narratives, and concepts make him a veritable Swiss Army knife. Not only will he be able to interact well with the MCU as it exists, but he could be used to facilitate its development for years to come. With that said, let's take a look at what makes Moon Knight so useful and why his Disney Plus series is such an exciting prospect.
Okay, well done. You actually got through the ignoble preamble a couple paragraphs in instead of a couple pages in. That makes you head and shoulders above all of the other people we've done articles by.
Top 10s about anime and Marvel. I think it's okay. It's talking about CBR. I think maybe a top 10 things the DC Films has done better than the MCU, including The Dark Knight and any other DC film.
Fair enough, but that's not really my area.
I'd have to watch all the DC films to see. We might make that a thing on here. Just depends.
They actually bothered to introduce magic a couple movies in rather than a couple phases in. So yay. Even though they completely butchered the Enchantress. Dear God, fucking fine.
They really should have made the Joker the antagonist of that film. It would have made so much more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then again, if they had, we might not be getting Joaquin Phoenix Joker. So I'm all in favor of a scenario that leads us to.
Well, if they had, well, I'm saying if they got Joaquin Phoenix in the first place.
Oh yeah, if the Joaquin Phoenix version of the Joker was the mainline DC cinematic universe Joker, would totally be on board for all of that, please.
Though
Would even maybe forgive Joaquin for not taking the Doctor Strange role. And yes, I am still mad about that. I'm even more mad about that, seeing how awesome the Joker movie looks. Because, okay, imagine a hero's journey equivalent to the Joker, where at the end it's Doctor Strange. Tell me that wouldn't be so mind-numbingly epic. After you see the Joker movie, because I know you're gonna say you can't judge the Joker movie until you see it.
well, I feel like it would be a disservice if I tried judging it now.
That's true. But anyway, after we both see the Joker movie, provided it's as good as it looks, we will have to opine about how much better Joaquin Phoenix would have done as Doctor Strange than Benedict Cumberbatch. The Lord of the non-expressed emotion.
Don't.
What?
At some point, even if they fuck it up royally, you're gonna have to let it go, bud.
Never! Not as long as I draw breath and that character is still being published by Marvel.
See, a part of me just wants to try and buy Doctor Strange just so you don't have to keep doing this.
You know what? At this point, I think even I could do better. Like, okay, you know the storyline One More Day?
They're doing one with Doctor Strange. I know.
Yes,
I know.
they did a reboot of One More. They basically did a redo of One More Day with Doctor Strange in the lead fucking role. The problem, of course, there, aside from the obvious, why the fuck would you redo One More Day, is Doctor Strange was in the original One More Day, and you fucked him up there too. You stupid cunts. Anyway, moving on.
Okay. On paper, putting Moon Knight on a super team sounds like a disaster. His multiple personalities and their differing sentiments, motives, and traits make him an unpredictable element. We've seen this exact situation go south with similar characters such as Legion attempting to assist the X-Men numerous times over the years. However, Mark seems to be able to, mostly, keep it together, and no matter which personality surfaces, they generally seem to get the job done.
Well, to be fair to the character of Moon Knight, Khonshu kind of helps with that. When Moon Knight is in the process of doing something in service to Khonshu, he tries to make sure that he stays stable long enough to complete the mission that he's been assigned to or that he's in service of.
I thought there was more.
Well, I can do more, but I'm trying to space it out in between bits here.
Right. Okay. Marvel Comics Universe and has. Wait, what?
Grammar.
Oh no! Wait, I missed a sentence. I missed a line. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Mark
So
has,
not poor editing, just poor reading.
Yeah, Mark has been an affiliate to the Avengers for a good amount of time in the Marvel Comics universe and has been a member of a few of their teams. Given the personal approval of Steve Rogers, he enjoyed a successful stint on the Secret Avengers. Despite terrifying Beast after getting shot in the leg and laughing it off while piloting a helicopter, he left a dependable impression on his allies. And if his MCU incarnation is any reflection of his Source counterpart, he'll be a great addition to Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
Okay. Once again, I broadly agree with that statement. There's nothing really to critique there.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, yes. Mark's main goal seems to be serve his moon god, Khonshu, although at times he can be confused at Khonshu's motives and even come into conflict with the deity. His overarching morality points towards a man who simply wants to protect the disadvantaged.
Yeah, okay. Huh?
I don't like that word disadvantage.
It has very social justice-y overtones to it in this context, but I
unless the guy starts
understand that these are journalists in the current year, so they speak entirely in Oxford woo. So
right. It's just if I will call attention to that word if it starts to become a preaching.
yeah, if they start going Moon Knight as champion of social justice, I am going to blow so many gaskets that I might actually suffer a brain aneurysm.
See, a part of me worries that if you get so mad that you're going to do something with your knowledge of the occult.
I'm not going to waste a curse on this.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about cursing. I was thinking maybe trying to bring the apocalypse down on Earth.
If I was going to do that, I would have done that already. They've announced they're going to do a One More Day storyline with my favorite character in Marvel. Do you not think that if I could do that, I would have already done that?
That is a fair point, but again, I worry about you sometimes, bud.
And you're probably right to worry, but in this instance, you have nothing to worry about yet.
See, that yet does terrify me.
Yet being the operative word, yes, I know, but still.
Okay.
I will let you know, and don't you worry, if I have any control over such things when the time comes, everyone that I care about will be safe, and that includes you. And has included you for a long time now. So
I will be honest, so if you ever do try that, I will hunt you down and take you down. Because I like living on this world.
Well, but I mean, we could make a better one from scratch, just saying.
Nope. I'd rather live in my shitty world than let everyone suffer.
Who said anything about suffering? I'll be quick.
I still wouldn't let you do it, but just out of my moral compass wouldn't feel right.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is possible amnesias. Amnestics need to be involved. Okay. Noted.
Okay, but dubbing himself the protector of those who travel at night and dressing brightly to let his enemies know he's coming, he's certainly not afraid to disregard his safety for the benefit of others. While reckless on first glance, it speaks to Mark's devotion to the service of others, making him an excellent teammate. Okay, so I think that was more just trying to refresh people who didn't know about the character.
Yeah, to be fair though, he does obtain a certain amount of power from Khonshu, so he's less vulnerable to physical damage than most people.
Right, but I think he also lets himself get hurt as a atonement for his past sins, right?
Well, it's also true that the exposure to Khonshu's power, being as Khonshu is the moon god, does kind of warp his mind out of order, so he may not even realize he's doing it at the time.
Right.
It might be essentially what amounts to the beast from the Glass universe thing where he's invulnerable because he is so fucking insane that his body just doesn't realize it's hurt.
Though I have a question for you, Dalton, since you are such like a big expert on like knowledge and mythology.
Yeah.
Is there like a god of the moon like Khonshu or whatever?
The name is familiar, but I don't know exactly from where. Usually in most texts that I've read, the moon deity is usually either Thoth or Isis.
Okay.
However, I may just be unaware of that particular deity. I am more well versed in Egyptian mythology than probably most people are, because for a very long time indeed I worshipped the Egyptian pantheon, but Khonshu is not a being that ever was one that I was made aware of.
Well, for the record, in Marvel, he is the moon god of vengeance. So
yeah,
it might also be another reason why you haven't heard him, because I don't think you really seek out a kind of god like that.
Yeah, no. If I were to seek vengeance, I would seek vengeance with a god who is more inclined towards justice. because I don't because just because I may want you to burn in every conceivable way doesn't mean I want to be in the moral wrong when that happens. I would rather leave that up to a deity whose job it is to exact the cosmic balance of the scales rather than just chaos and entropy and violence for its own sake.
Yeah. Another thing to consider when looking at the versatility of Moon Knight is his ability to move into different stories. The format of Mark's stories have been varied over the years, and while some characters are better suited for volume-spanning epics or short, contained stories, Moon Knight works across both.
This is true. Fair enough.
In comics, he's moved to the West Coast and found himself caught in compelling tales involving misplaced Ultron heads and powerful villains like Count Nefaria, with all the intrigue and time to have the plot play out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there actually was a fan film that was going to recreate like Moon Knight's first appearance when fighting Werewolf by Night.
Ooh, fun.
I don't think it came out though, unfortunately.
Aw.
There was some concept footage shot. It looked really good. Like it was in black and white, and the costume looked good too.
Sweet.
Yeah. There's another one, like another fan film. It's not as good.
Mm-hmm.
Costume's kind of crappy. It's just like a trench coat with a hood, with the white mask and white gloves.
Well,
Again, fan film and all. It's just you don't have.
well, and also Moon Knight isn't always exactly in what you'd call his right mind. So I could see in one of his more schizophrenic episodes Moon Knight wearing something like that. So
Yeah.
fair enough.
I think there was one where he was Mr. Moon, I believe is that character's name, where he's wearing like the business suit and all.
Vague recollections of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of the newer ones. By new, I mean like at least towards the 2010s.
Okay, so it would have been during Max Bemis's run, which is actually really good, despite Max Bemis
Don,
being a crazy.
you're going robot and going in and out.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Hang on. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, you're good. You're good now.
Okay.
You kind of started glitching out when you were talking about Max Bemis's run.
Yeah, it's really good right up until the end. Towards the end, he loses his edge a little bit, but as far as the quote unquote SJW writers go, he's probably the best one.
Wait, Max Bemis. Why does that name sound familiar?
Because all kind. He once suggested that
Wasn't
Comicsgate Comicsgate is lucky he doesn't have a gun, because if he did, he would be strapped and would go and shoot people. And also, he told people to eat his ass.
That's where I remember him from. That's where that name came from.
And
okay.
In response to people who were in the original Comicsgate complimenting him on his books, he made a tweet saying, "I don't care if you like my books, don't read them, and for the record, I fucking hate you personally."
Wow.
Yeah. The guy is a crazy fucker, but he can write, so I don't care.
I kind of care on the fact that he's that crazy.
But then again, I think it kind of works because Mark Spector is also fucking crazy. So
I don't know. Again,
a crazy person writing a crazy character kind of works. Kind of.
I mean, if the guy's gonna be a dick to the people who are supposed to be reading this stuff, I'm not gonna give him that money.
Well, but okay, it's not as though that's a new phenomena in terms of comic book creators. Like
fair, that's fair. It's just again, it's kind of more lines with today is my thing.
Yeah, but Steve Ditko was a crazy person who believed in all kinds of contradictory philosophies at any given time. So and he really hated people and wanted nothing more than to basically become a shut-in and a recluse, and he eventually did. So it's not as though crazy antisocial people are a new thing in comic book writers. So
I just kind of feel like a lot of people today take it too much to the extreme.
yeah, that's probably true too. But then again, none of us ever met Steve Ditko in his prime, so I guess we'll never know what outburst he in the middle of the streets of New York.
Yeah.
On
Alternatively,
whatever.
I'll,
But standard, you can act with it effect.
don't.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's just you went quiet there for a sec. Just
Oh, no, it's fine. I
okay.
don't know if it's the Wi-Fi might be fritzing again. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you have data on your phone?
I do, but I don't like to turn it on because if I do, I probably won't remember to turn it off again. I don't want to run the data charges.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense. So
unfortunately, shitty Wi-Fi is better than wanting $100 more on our phone budget than I should. So
I
shitty
guess
Wi-Fi it is.
I'm lucky then because I only have to pay $45 a month. Well,
We get relatively cheap as well, but if you overuse data or you overcharge data, it will
wait, are you on a family plan thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well never mind. I'm single, so Chrononaut, Golden is breaking up some. Is he breaking up
What now?
now, folks? I'm entirely sure.
I should be better now, I
Yeah,
think.
he sounds fine to me. Wait, I think it's still doing that whole 12-second delay thing.
Okay, let me dip out and come back in, and hopefully it'll be better.
No, wait, Chrononaut says no. You're fine now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Noted. So anyway.
Alternatively, he's been a part of volumes where there are several unrelated short stories set out like some small Twilight Zone episodes within the space of 120 pages. Mark has fought ghosts, performed the raid-style siege to save a young girl, and even tangled with a Frankenstein's monster of sorts. What hasn't Moon Knight done?
It's a fairly short list. The dude gets around. He's basically okay. What would be a good analogy for Moon Knight in terms of DC? I'm trying to think.
I would say Moon Knight is the most interesting man in the world if we're doing comparisons.
No, he's not quite the most interesting man in the world, but
I would think he
he
was.
he gets around. He he actually a good analogy for Moon Knight is kind of like Iron Fist. He can appear in small street level stories, but also in big grandiose like cosmic operas and whatnot, and lots of places in between. He basically operates in sort of the dark corners of the Marvel universe.
Hmm.
I would call him analogous to like John Constantine, but that's Damian Hellstrom, who's the John Constantine equivalent. Who also needs to get a thing at some point in the near future, because Damian Hellstrom is awesome and he doesn't get enough play. But moving on.
Right. Okay. I thought you had something to say. Okay. In addition to format, the theme and scale of his stories are unrestricted. Khonshu's favorite agent has fought crime on the streets of New York City along with Spider-Man, traveled to living planets to investigate cosmic murders, and been pulled into the ever-confusing world of the mystic arts alongside Doctor Strange. The fact that Moon Knight is so out there to begin with means he's never really out of place.
Again, I wholeheartedly agree with this statement. Well done, sir.
Huh.
And all the more reason we need a Moon Knight series like yesterday.
I'm looking on Facebook, and apparently Halloween is 50 days away.
50 very, very long days.
See, the
God
only way,
damn, I love Halloween.
dude, October's just going to be our month.
Like the first show we have in October, I'm going to come in singing This Is Halloween. I don't even give a fuck.
I was going to play the song. Not the Marilyn Manson one, because that one's not great.
No.
The classic one.
Yeah, but I can't wait because I'm going to use October as an opportunity to send you watching a bunch of movies you probably haven't seen. So, yay.
Well, we are going to make a show where you're going to talk about like the whole month of October and like stuff like that. Like the occult side of it all.
I am also definitely going to have a whole holiday special, assuming that my friend actually pays up and gets me the theme he owes me by then. I really hope he does. Like every time I think he should be done, like he has another thing that happens to him. Although to be fair, I gave him quite a bit of leeway the last time because apparently he had a friend in the Dayton shooting that happened recently.
So back
that
on
was
topic.
that was quite a okay, you can have some time off and not worry about it.
Yeah. So kind of back on topic. We'll get more. We will all appreciate Halloween or the month of Halloween when we get there, which is in like what 3 weeks or so. Okay. It isn't just the world around Mark that changes from story to story. The situation he finds himself in often greatly changed the man himself. During his stint on the West Coast, he found himself in way over his head without his fellow Avengers, and instead of calling for help initially, he decided to masquerade as several of his Avengers teammates, including Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Captain America. Given his fragile mental state at the time, it appeared to be a tactic to give himself confidence in the face of the immense amount of danger he found himself in.
Yeah, like I know I just said that calling him the equivalent of Constantine isn't really right because Hellstrom is the Constantine equivalent. But there is one thing that Moon Knight and Constantine have in common, and that is that on any given day they are usually fucked by the vicissitudes of fate. Just the entire universe decides to take massive dumps on these characters. And grit, snark, and sheer dumb luck is usually all that saves them.
Oh, right. This section of the article is called The Whole of the Moon, and the one previous was called, I believe, Fly Me to the Moon.
Okay. Well punned, sir. Well punned.
Whatever. Again, I've never really been big on puns. I just thought that was just... No, actually, I kind of guessed they were puns. Or at least some type of elaborate wordplay, which I guess is puns.
Yeah.
Okay. In another instance, which is briefly mentioned above, he was shot through the leg while piloting a helicopter. When asked if he was okay by Hank McCoy, he simply informed his Secret Avengers colleague he was simply too far gone to feel it. Wow.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. It's hard to determine whether it's Khonshu's invulnerabilities making him immune to certain things, or whether it's him being so mentally unstable that he just doesn't notice.
Why not both?
Probably both, considering, the reason Mark Spector is insane is because Khonshu is the moon god. It's a play on lunatics, i.e., the word lunatic means madman, and it comes from Luna, which means moon.
Huh.
Yeah, the original reason why that connection was made is because people noticed that exposure to a full moon gets people's primal urges flowing because of the effect the blood flow has on human psychology. So
it's funny that you bring that up because a few times when I was younger, this was around like 2008 or 9, I believe. I would go almost every weekend. I would go on these camping trips, and when I would see a full moon, I just had like this urge to howl at it. No, I'm not aware.
Another interesting mental note I shall save for later. But anyway, back
I'm
to
not
my
aware. I'm not a werewolf, folks. Just
no, but you have a connection with that primal aspect of yourself, which is interesting and something I shall make a mental note of for later. But anyway, actually, there was another phrase that, unfortunately, for whatever reason, has fallen out of fashion. That was tied to this relationship between the moon and madness. It was called moonstruck, which was basically a word for someone who it was thought had spent too much time out in the moonlight. Moonstruck.
Well, what's weird is because the moon just reflects the light off of the sun.
True, but the moon is basically a massive crystal, so it basically purifies said light.
I just because of the moon, it should be like a full moon now, I think.
That's an interesting question. Do you feel like Googling it? What phase the
Well, I
moon
mean,
is
I
currently
can't.
in?
I mean, I can do a quick look outside.
Well, assuming the sky is clear enough for you to do so.
Probably not because I think it rained earlier. So
Mm-hmm.
same though.
Like rain.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, I don't know why that song got stuck in my head.
When I think of rain, I think of the song "Singing in the Rain."
Singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. It's a glorious feeling, just singing in the rain.
I need to watch that movie.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. In both these instances, we see a duality within Mark in regards to his condition. In some cases, he is forced to perform practical measures to keep himself together, and in others, his mental issues act as an automatic defense mechanism.
Yeah, again, because he's the archetypal lunatic.
And we have one last paragraph.
It's kind of part of his power set, to be honest with you.
And we have one last paragraph. Regardless of how he is portrayed, the fact that Moon Knight has touched all corners of the Marvel Universe allows him to integrate well into the established status quo. Furthermore, the exploration into his condition and where that leads could facilitate several aspects of the MCU's future. He could fight alongside Doctor Strange to expand the magical portion of the MCU, or he could find himself exploring the dark underbelly of New York, which is a space left noticeably unoccupied following the folding of Marvel's Netflix outings.
And I feel it necessary to just point out, why not both?
Yeah, like I don't know, do like story arcs within episodes and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because I would totally be for a street level equivalent to Doctor Strange, where he basically goes around dealing with the mystical aspects of New York City. Because the thing you might not know if you haven't read a lot of those comics is New York is basically a mystical hotspot. If you find yourself in the wrong alleyway at the wrong time, you might stumble on a mystical, basically the Marvel Universe equivalent of Diagon Alley. So I would not mind seeing someone explore those kind of things, especially someone whose grasp on reality is sort of iffy to the point that you have to question how you get from point A to point B there.
Right. It's funny that they bring up. So ultimately, that was kind of a fruitless article, I think.
Well,
Mostly,
it's difficult to add things to things you largely just agree with in general.
yeah. But yeah, no, I do think if anything, you really to make a Moon Knight series, obviously embrace the weird that is Moon Knight.
Please.
And also, again, my whole thing is with the character, so you gotta make sure it's a deep character not introspective, but
I think you'll end up liking Moon Knight then, because Moon Knight, because of his various multiple personalities, he's like 5 characters in one.
yeah. Also, it's funny that they bring up like it doesn't matter who it is cast at, because I remember seeing like some fan trailers about it, like for either a Netflix series or like a movie or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I believe people were saying like Jake Gyllenhaal or Gyllenhaal, I guess, would have been a perfect cast for Moon Knight.
But of course, he's been Mysterio already, so.
And y'all know how I feel about that.
Yeah, we don't need to get into it again. Step back from the abyss.
Well, I was just going to do the whole summarize thing where good until the twist. That's it. Because I have ranted and raved about that before, and I'm just done with it. And we got one more article, and I think this requires our full attention.
Uh-huh.
You know what article I'm talking about, Dalton?
I do. Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Mary Sue article. Guess who it's by?
Hello, Rachel.
Been a while.
Here we are again.
Yeah. Okay. Marvel apparently still trying to make its top Nazi puncher apolitical by Rachel Leachman. Released August 29th, 2019. Again, and I feel like we're going to say this every time just so we're not catching any flack. We do not actively seek out Rachel Leachman. It just so happens that a lot of her articles we have covered were written by her.
Yeah. It just so happens that in our search for ideologically motivated stupid, she makes our detector go ding more often than any other.
Now, to be fair, in recent weeks, we have been able to cover others.
Yes. And if you have a problem with us going back to the Rachel Leishman well too often, please, for whatever reason, you want to encourage the Mary Sue to hire other writers. Or don't. Just encourage the Mary Sue to go out of business. Either way works for us. I personally, I would prefer the second option just because the Mary Sue fucked with some people who I have an immeasurable amount of respect for, namely the honey badgers. And they need some kind of repercussions. Like, I don't get them fired or anything, just bleed them dry with no finances. That is my option. Don't actively seek the boycott of the Mary Sue, just don't consume their content. So they will have to do other things. And there will be no more Mary Sue.
Aren't we the ones who are looking at their content right now?
Yes, but for every time we look at their content, that's one time that everyone who watches our show doesn't have to. So
True. Okay. So yeah. Do you have anything to say about the title going before we move to the actual article?
It's already swirling the drain of complete derp, because the problem, Rachel, assuming you wrote the title, is actually the exact opposite problem. The problem with Captain America is they keep trying to make him political when he should not be. He should just be a avatar for what we would call American values, more so than American politics or American political policy. That is the distinction that always gets Captain America into trouble, because for every story where he's being used as a political allegory, he's not off Captain America-ing. And he needs to be off Captain America-ing, because if he isn't, then they find something stupid and deconstructed to do with him instead. And therefore we have no good Captain America stories for like the last 20 years.
And the fact that they keep bringing up that he punched Hitler on like his first ever appearance on a comic.
Yeah.
That just shows that he's anti-fascism. The Nazis are fascist by, obviously, I'm just saying, like, he is against fascism in general.
Well, it's also, lest we forget, it wasn't just the ideas of the Nazis that were bad. There's nothing wrong with Nazis spreading Nazi ideas. What's wrong is Nazis acting on Nazi ideas and not being able to be argued with, because they will censor you. The solution to Nazis is not censorship, because that ironically makes you very much like the Nazis. The solution to Nazis is anti-Nazism. And that's not an action, that's an argument. If you are worried about the ideology of Nazism making a comeback, brush off your counter-arguments. And if those counter-arguments happen to be bullshit because you are bad at arguing, that, my dear, is your fault, not everyone else's fault. If you make shitty arguments, no one is going to be convinced of what you believe. The only solution is to make better arguments. Sorry, that is the way the marketplace of ideas cookie crumbles.
So going into the actual article.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had a yawn. Ever think of Marvel and think, you know how they can be apolitical? By using Captain America, the super soldier who punches Nazis? No? Well, good for you. You'd be in the majority. It seems, however, that Marvel is trying to take a neutral stance and thinks that their Nazi-fighting good boy from Brooklyn is the way to do it. Truly a mistake.
Okay, Rachel, you already gone wrong here. You already just made what we call an ad populum argument. The ad populum argument essentially says, or the ad populum fallacy, because it is a logical fallacy. An ad populum argument says, because it's a thing large amounts of people believe, that means it's true, valid, or more effective than an argument that large amounts of people don't believe, irregardless of its truth value or its validity. And that is complete bullshit, madam, because I guarantee you that if we went back about 700 years, most people believe the world was flat. But you will notice, if we do that, Rachel, that the world does not spontaneously become flat because a bunch of people say so. Because, it's not the case. It's not a good argument for anyone to assert that the world is flat. It is both logically and empirically demonstrable that the world is not flat. And I know flat earthers still exist for whatever reason in 2019. Don't fucking at me. It still logically and empirically doesn't make sense for the world to be flat. I shouldn't have to make this statement in 2019, but we are where we are. But yeah, because a bunch of people say something is true does not make it any more valid or any more true, or even any more believable than it otherwise would be. The validity of a thing is contained within its own internal logic and nothing else. deal with it. Which means that if you can convince 1,001 people to believe in an incredibly stupid thing, that does not mean that that thing is no longer incredibly stupid. It means that you have convinced 1,001 people of an incredibly stupid thing. But moving on.
Okay. In a new comic meant to honor the publisher's history, Marvel Comics 1000 contained an essay by comics writer Mark Waid that talked about the state of America and what it means for a symbol like Captain America.
And let me just say this, Mark, right up front. Unless you have a jolly good argument, sir, nobody gives a fuck what you think for your sake. People give a fuck what you think when and if you make a rational argument. But because you are you, Mark, and because you have apparently lost your goddamn mind, I'm gonna go ahead and venture that you don't actually even bother to make an argument. And in my close, Mr. Wade.
I think just some guy covered that essay. So if you guys want a more in-depth coverage of that, go check out that video on his channel.
Yep.
Okay, the problem is that the essay was dropped from the issue, replaced by one less critical of America, as reported by The Hollywood Reporter, based on early versions sent to retailers, with the final retail version on sale tomorrow.
Which obviously would be a couple days ago, considering how old this article is.
August 30th, it's September 8th right now, so about a week ago.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
by the way, he was still able to say all of the incredibly political, incredibly critical things he said. He just had to phrase them a little bit more artfully. Now, I personally agree with you. I'm a free speech absolutist. If you want to say something completely crass and bullshit, then you have every right to say something in exactly the crass, untactful way you want to say it. I will argue with you that that's constructive, and I will argue with what you say for the sake of its content, but you are free to make a complete ass of yourself if you so choose to make a complete ass of yourself. And knowing Mark Waid, I'm going to venture to guess that his original version would have made a great ass of himself. Just a theory, but a theory that I think has been backed up significantly by a pattern of circumstantial evidence in the past.
Mm-hmm. Waid.
So yeah, I support Mark Waid's right to make an ass of himself, but I will say that I would imagine that his original version probably didn't have a very different message from the version we actually got. It wasn't substantively different, it was just structurally and cosmetically different, which is still a bad thing because free speech absolutism, but still. It's not as though someone prevented Mark Waid from saying the thing or changing the substance of his position. They just requested that he not lose his fucking goddamn mind, I would imagine. But because this is Mark Waid, this is the best they could do.
Right. Okay. Waid has since told Newsarama, the only comment I'll offer is the abridged version that's being circulated by news outlets severely mischaracterizes what was actually written.
Okay, explain. You asserted a thing, now please back that assertion up with a thing, either in the form of logic or in the form of empirical evidence. I'd prefer the first, but the second is fine too.
So we'll certainly be interested to see the final version of the essay. You can already read the original in full, and she has a link to the essay. I I honestly don't want to click it just because we have more to cover of this.
Maybe that would be a good one for a one shot this week.
Maybe. Okay, so moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing: Captain America never has been and never will be apolitical. Oh, fuck off!
There is nothing particularly political about Captain America's tendencies towards justice and traditional American values. There are quite a few philosophical things about that because, of course, America was founded on certain philosophies. For examples, see Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, or John Locke for those principles. But yeah, there have been long stretches of time where Captain America, being a World War II era super soldier, had bumfuck nothing to do with what he was doing, because what he was doing was just protecting people. Yes, a large part of those people happen to be Americans because he operates in America and he is essentially the patron saint of America. But it's not as though Captain America ever, and I mean ever, refused to save someone because of their race, color, creed, etc. Even in the extremely cliche propaganda comics of the 1940s, of which Captain America was in quite a few, all he would do in relation to the enemies of the story, if there were, and they included a lot of these. They included a lot of cases where there were German citizens in propaganda comics that were not Nazis and were explicitly not Nazis. And the most Captain America would do if he didn't outright save them was inspire them to try and save themselves, which is not a neutral position. Granted, you could make the argument that he could have done more to help, and sure, I'll grant you that. But at no point was Captain America hostile to anyone that wasn't in the process of committing what the story defined as an evil act. And fairly uncontroversially as well. It's not as though someone was saying something that was an evil act wasn't an evil act at any given point. It wasn't as though it was morally ambiguous in those cases. Usually, when Captain America thought that something was an evil act, it was pretty incontrovertibly, at least in the pantheon of like Western humanism and Enlightenment values and whatnot. No one would argue that that's not an evil act. Have there been times when Captain America has been political? Sure, but oftentimes those political stories have been extremely limited because it bordered in the span of propaganda.
Nomad.
Mm-hmm.
Which was brought about because of Watergate, and Captain America felt like he couldn't trust the government, so he became a protector of the world. Nomad.
Yep. And that's the other thing. It's not as though Captain America has always been a stenographer to power. You can only make these kind of claims about Captain America, of him supporting American quote unquote fascism, in the case where America has done something quote unquote fascist and Captain America has been in support of that. And in most cases, when the US government has outstripped its boundaries or done something authoritarian, there's a storyline where Captain America straight up quits. So yeah, usually when America does an egregious non-American thing or non-traditionally American thing, Captain America is the first person to call it out. So you can't really place the guilt of America at his feet and go, you need to be accountable for this. Because usually when shit hits the fan in that regard, Captain America reaches for the door. Because he is more interested in the values of America than he is in defending America, the entity. So it doesn't make sense for you to blame Captain America, who stands for the principles of America, not the nation of America. It doesn't make sense for you to blame him for the failings of America, the entity. Because usually when America, the entity, is in the process of one of those failings, Captain America has beaten a hasty retreat, to put it mildly. Because you see, and this is the thing, this is the thing that social justice warriors never seem to understand, Rachel. The failings of someone on a pragmatic basis do not impact negatively on the principles the country was founded on. And likewise, a failure to follow up on the principles that a country was founded upon does not always lead inexorably to pragmatic failures. Just because America had a bad day doesn't mean that the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, and the essays of common sense no longer make any sense anymore. The principles still work fine. What happened there, in cases where they haven't been followed effectively, is a human failing. But you're not interested in human failings because to you, humanity is just a social construct created by the authority of whatever concepts people choose to believe. So if a person advocates a principle and then they fail to follow through that principle to the letter, it means that principle itself is flawed. It's like blaming a lamp for casting a shadow even though it has no say in doing so. I'm sorry, I'm rambling more than I should, but I'm getting tired, so fuck it. Go on.
Okay. Sorry, Jack Kirby and Joe Simon literally made Captain America as a symbol for resistance against bigotry, racism, and hatred. No, it was a symbol of resistance against fascism and Nazism.
And it was a symbol of resistance against those things, not on ideological grounds, but on the grounds of people were fucking dying violently and torturously.
Which the writers and creators of Captain America were part of those people that were. So it had a personal stake for them as well.
Yeah. A lot of the people who wrote for comics were Jews because Jews were effectively marginalized for a large part of American history. And comic book writing was essentially the only job in art they could get. And for that, I am both very, very sorry and very, very grateful. Very, very sorry because that's bullshit, but very, very grateful because were it not for Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, and etc., we may not have the great stories that we do have or the great characters and world that we do have. So, making the best of a bad situation, I suppose. But anyway, yes. The thing that makes Nazis bad is the fact that they are violent fuckwits. And that they discriminate based on race and shit. The thing that makes Nazis bad is not the ideology of Nazis. The ideology of Nazis is bad, yes, but until those bad ideas are carried through to the level of action and demonstrable harm, the badness is somewhat mitigated by the fact that those ideas are non-physical. And non-physical material can be battled on non-physical means. Namely, to fight an idea, the best option is to argue against that idea, to remove the validity of that idea. But you don't remove the validity of an idea by assuming there's some ephemeral force of authority behind everything. You remove the authority of that idea by countering it on logical terms and using logic as a scalpel to dissect bad ideas. That is how you effectively defeat ideologies. You don't censor the human chess piece that is essentially being utilized by that idea. People should be allowed to hold even very evil ideas. The thing that should be curtailed or criticized or criminalized in any way is the actions they attempt when they proceed to put those ideas into action. For example, someone saying we should gas the Jews, I have no problem with. I disagree with them. I disagree with them wholeheartedly, and I will argue with them until my face turns blue, but they are free to say, let us gas the Jews. What they are not allowed to do is then proceed to convince people of gassing the Jews and then trying to gas the Jews. That I would have a problem with. I would prefer a world in which no one was subject to toxic gases for the sake of torture and murder. But that's just me. And I would say that even if the people in question were people who agreed with me ideologically on every fucking thing under the sun. Because the thing that is negative in and of itself is the gassing part, and the torture part, and the murder part, and the human rights violations part, and the undermining of human worth part. Those are the things that are bad. The attempt to convince other people of doing those things, not bad. The bad part is when those people become convinced and then proceed to carry out those operations. But you can stop something on the level of physical action. You should not be able to stop something on the level of an idea, unless you are fighting in a war of ideas. You can feel free to bring ideas to an idea fight. What you cannot do is bring fists to an idea fight. Not only because that's overkill, but because that's not effective. Because, you see, humans are basically pawns of ideas. I hate to put it that way, but that's essentially how I feel a lot of the time. That's why ad hominems don't work. That's why you can't just say you're an invalid human, so your ideas don't matter. You have to actually get to the root of the problem, and the root of the problem is the idea. How you do that is by countering it with another idea. By showing that idea is terrible, you will effectively neutralize that idea, eventually. And yes, it's not a perfect system. Some people are crazy and will become convinced of evil things because those evil things make sense to them for whatever reason. And perhaps we should learn what makes those people become disenfranchised in the first place so we can prevent the disenfranchisation in the first place. But that's a whole other discussion, and one we already talked about today with the Joker trailer. What you don't do is pretend that those people don't exist or aren't valid human beings, because that will turn them into martyrs. And if there's one thing that can feed the validity of an idea, it's the person who's expressing that idea being made out to be a victim. Because humans have this thing called empathy. And when we see someone being unnecessarily or unduly hurt or victimized, we feel empathy for them and then want to help. And when we want to help someone who has bad ideas, one of the ways in which we try to help them is by hearing them out. And boom, you have more Nazis in the world just because you decided to censor a Nazi. Okay, I'm done. That was a very long rant, and I repeated myself multiple times, but I wanted to be clear.
No, I think it was necessary. Plus, it gave me time to get some wafers.
Okay, huzzah. Vanilla wafers?
Yeah, vanilla. How'd you know?
Because those are the usual wafers people refer to when they refer to wafers. I considered maybe that you were talking about communion wafers, but disregarded this in the notion that knowing you would probably reach more for cute little vanilla cookies instead of bland, essentially what amount to bread tabs that are used in communion.
I also don't like the chocolate wafers or strawberry.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of like unnecessary flavoring and things. Like my opinion is you should make the original version as good as possible so you don't need the external stuff.
Oh, it's not that. It's just that there's it's too much. Like, it's too much to taste.
Too rich.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Anyway, let's continue. I rambled on that section enough. and I have a feeling I'm going to need to repeat that point again at some point, because that's how these work, usually.
So he's not apolitical in nature, as AO9 points out.
Yes, he is.
Sorry.
The only politics that are there are the very, very basic fundamentals of what we call the Western Enlightenment. And in addition to that, whatever the writer chooses to bring to him. It is my humble contention, though, that the writer should not bring anything to him if they can help it. Because in serving your political ideology, what you are not serving is the character and the story and the world in which he inhabits. And it is my humble opinion that these things matter more, at least in the realm of art, than do politics.
Don't you know? Art is just a means to an end.
I realize I also sarcastically intone that from time to time, but still, every time I think of how they view art, it pains me.
You know how that's how I feel, bud. When you're feeling
Yeah.
down, that's how I feel when you say it.
I know, but it needs to be said, and it needs to be mocked as much as possible, because believing that the thing that exists for the sake of value, which is what art is, only exists as a means to some other external end, is frankly straight up nihilistic and completely counterintuitive.
Yeah. Okay. As AO9 points out, which there is a link to that article, I am not going to click it again, just because I feel like that. If we clicked every link that we saw in this article as like citation for the article we're reading now, I feel like we'd be here all night.
True, and like I said, this might be a good subject for a one shot.
Mm-hmm. This isn't the first time that Marvel has censored a writer to remain an apolitical body.
Rachel, I get the feeling I'm gonna have to ask this a lot to you, but what Marvel have you been reading, love? Because Marvel has not been being apolitical for a very, 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 very long time. And it is my humble contention that, once again, to quote Adam Savage, well, there's your problem. The unnecessary grafting of politics where politics doesn't belong is the very crux of the problem. And you're wanting them to make it worse. And you're wanting them to make it worse because you view art as a means to a political end. But as I just went through in the last rant there, the value of art is in and of itself. That's how art came into being in the first place. Because some caveman somewhere found a rock that he enjoyed more than other rocks, or a series of pigments that he found prettier than other things, and wanted to protect those arrangements because he found that they optimized the value of those raw materials. That is how art came into being. In your definition of art, Rachel, art would not exist because you need higher functioning cognition in order to establish it. But as we've seen in even in primate species, pretty much as long as we've been studying them, and even dogs in some cases, and other domesticated animals, even animals have aesthetic preferences and narrative preferences. So art needs to be older than surface level human cognition. And in order for that to be the case, art needs to be older than the human condition. Which means art needs to have, at least at a baseline, a inherent value of its own for human beings to discover and notice for the first time. Because otherwise, art wouldn't exist as a concept, and there would be no need for social constructivism.
Okay.
Next.
Quote, I believe it from the IO9 article. The situation with the Marvel Comics 1000 essay appears to be another example of Marvel Comics censoring its creators in an attempt to be apolitical, to the detriment of the company and its audience. Okay, one thing, you're referring to yourselves as an audience, but we all know you don't buy fucking comics. Second, what Marvel have you guys been reading if you've read any of it at all?
Yeah, apolitical is about the furthest from accurate you could possibly go. You have a bunch of editors whose entire philosophy of art and aesthetics is art is a means to a socio-political and moral end, as opposed to an end in itself. And I just went through explaining how backwards that is. I'm not gonna do it again in the space of 2 seconds,
All
no
right.
matter how tempting it is.
You may recall Editor-in-Chief Cebulski going on record on the subject almost 1 year to the day. We can't get too deep into the politics, he said, of Marvel storylines. Clearly that hasn't stuck.
Well, okay, I think what's going on here, I will attempt to explain this, and I may be wrong, but I think what's going on here is they are so convinced that their framework, their worldview is accurate that they don't even see it as political anymore. They just see it as the fundamental truth. That might be why they don't want to go into politics, because they don't see their politics as politics. They see their politics as the unvarnished objective truth. And therefore everyone else who's contrary to it must be an invalid human being, because they just hate the truth that we've decided on without any evidence or logic. The thing that we give authority to regardless of any sort of substance to it. How can these people be moral? They don't bow down to our God. Wah, basically.
Huh.
And I don't mean to alienate religious people by saying that. It's just it's very much a cult mentality. You have to understand a axiom which is given authority without any substance or logic or evidence, and is held above any kind of scrutiny or criticism.
I was going to make a joke that you're insulting cults by saying that, but I really don't want to defend cults.
Yeah, no, cults can be pissed off. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
And if I end up having my throat slit by some deranged cult member because I just said that, it was nice knowing you, everybody.
And if any cult members ever do try that, well, let's just say they never really should try to meet me. I'll go full on Punisher on their asses.
That I would like to see. I think Marvel writers would also like to see that, because that would mean having a Hispanic Punisher who's defending the honor of a disabled gay person who's a religious minority.
There's also one of my close friends. So
yeah, but I'm just saying that on paper, our story sounds like a SJW's wet dream.
Yeah, but ours would actually be more interesting.
Yeah, because we're functional characters and we have individual personalities and stuff. And individualism causes SJWs to mindlessly go re.
If we're being honest, I would probably make the Punisher scared.
Yeah, there are times when I get pissed off where I think I could make Rumpelstiltskin afraid.
Yeah. Okay, we are almost done with this article, surprisingly.
That was quick.
Yeah. That's just ads. Okay.
Well, it was too good to be true.
All right. This is all strikingly similar to another recent incident where there is a link, and I will click it just out of curiosity because There's no other mention of it, I believe. So, just out of okay. Marvel rejects Art Spiegelman's essay
We've
after.
covered this.
We have.
I think so.
I don't.
He's the mouse writer.
No, yeah, I think we had a brief conversation, but I don't think we ever covered like this article itself.
Not this article, but I think we did cover another article about it at some point.
Maybe, I don't know. To be honest, a lot of Mary Sue articles tend to blur together for me.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Okay. What's funny about the idea of not going too deep into politics? Because if you go too deep, honestly, you could end up. It's just propaganda at some point.
Because because this is the thing, art is a separate thing from politics. So if you take a piece of art and you bury it in politics, you will eventually bury it so deeply that no one can see the art anymore. And given that what they expect from you is art, you will end up with a very displeased customer base, do you see? If I go to you saying, if you tell me you sell hot dogs and I buy a hot dog from you, I actually want there to be a visible hot dog that I am purchasing at some point. And if you bury it under condiments so much that I can no longer see that a hot dog even exists under there, then you have not done your job. Likewise, if you bury my art that I am purchasing from you in so much politics that I can no longer see the art for it, then you have not done your job effectively, because I paid for art and you have given me a mountain of politics under which may kind of be buried art. And that's even assuming that you bothered putting art underneath there to begin with. And given that we know SJWs hate the concept of merit because it's an arbitrary social construct created by the authority of concepts, bullshit is my only response to you at that point. Because if I buy art from you, and not only do you bury it under 1,000 piles of politics, but you also give me a crappy product in the form of that art, then I am going to be quite livid at you. Enough, perhaps, to start, I don't know, a hashtag campaign of some kind.
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to say the apocalypse.
Someday maybe, but not today.
I feel like it'd be too much work.
Yeah, that's the main obstacle to it at this point. It's just like, do I really want to spend 6 months trying to bring about the apocalypse when I have other things I could be doing? And not to mention the 3 months I would have to work back up to being able to cast in the first place, because I haven't casted in a while. But basically, when you perform magic, it's best to perform magic when you're at the peak of health, because any health issues you have when casting will be exacerbated by the surge of energy you're dealing with. And given how long it's been since I had a decent night's sleep, casting in this state probably not a good idea. That, and also I'm working on a longer magical project anyway, so I'm a bit preoccupied lately.
I feel like you're gonna have to talk about that magical project sometime later.
I'm when it's done, whenever I get it finished, I will make a video on it and basically explain what I've been doing for the last year. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
I mean, as long as you're not doing anything that would kind of make.
I'm not raising the dead or bringing about the apocalypse or anything of that nature.
I don't know. For some reason, a part of me also thinks maybe love potion or something.
Okay, here is the catch-22 of love potions. if you give someone a love potion such that they will love you, you often find yourself paranoid about whether they love you for yourself or whether they love you because the potion is making them love you. Whether it's them who loves you or whether it's them filtered through the potion.
You do realize I was joking, right?
Yes, I know, but you touched on an interesting thing, and now I
again,
felt the need to exposit a little bit.
the thing that more surprises me is that love potions are an actual thing.
Oh yeah, they are, and they've been a thing for thousands of years. Unsurprisingly, when ancient, well, actually not even humans, because we know Neanderthals at least knew the basics of how magic works. When magic was first discovered by humanoid beings, one of the first things it was applied to was things that other arts couldn't get you. So things like love and sex and success and money and power and etc. So if there is a basic need that you have, there is probably a spell for it somewhere.
But do you mean need or do you mean want? Because there is a difference.
Need is probably a closer approximation because you can want all kinds of exotic things, but when it comes to like the basic needs of a human being,
okay,
there's probably a spell for that. And even if there isn't, there's evocation, which is basically summoning up a being who might be able to help you with it anyway. So
again, the most interesting thing to me is that love potions actually exist.
oh yeah, there are entire books with love charms and all sorts of things of that nature. I've actually considered making my own recipe for one, but I'm honestly too lazy, and there's no one particular for me to use it on because, like I said, there's a catch-22 to love potions. The other catch-22 to love potions is by using a love potion, you kind of admit that there's no other way for a person to love you. Because, like, think about it. If you're so desperate for love that you have to reshape the natural order to make someone love you, how sad and pathetic does that make you look or sound in that instance, in that hypothetical?
Wow. Okay, so I think we're gonna stop looking into the abyss now.
Yeah, we're on the edge of the personal growth abyss.
I mean,
backing up.
More than likely, I think both of us are just kind of too above that to really try it.
Yeah, like I have a personal respect thing where I've basically made a pact with myself that I will not use a love spell or love potion because when I find someone to love me, I want to know that I did it on my own. Because I know myself well enough to know that if I used a love potion or a love spell, I would always be questioning, could I have gotten there on my own without cheating? Could I have gotten there without the shortcut? Would someone have fallen in love with me for my own sake? Or would I have to grease the wheels with something that people aren't in their power to resist?
Me, it's a combination of one, I literally have no knowledge of the occult to be able to make a love potion, and two, same thing with you. It's like, but it's also just I would feel wrong for doing that to a person.
Now there are different love spells that I don't have a problem with. Like for example, if you don't have anyone and you do a spell to conjure someone who would fall in love with you organically, that's a different matter. But the specific kind of love spell I have an issue with is when you have a specific person in mind to make them love you specifically. That's where I go, that's basically the magical equivalent of roofying, and it's a little skeevy. But if you're looking for someone that you've not met before who will love you, and you use magic to sort of expedite the laws of probability, then that's a different matter. Because that's basically just taking out a cheat code and cutting through some of the lower levels of the game almost. It's just a
Okay.
shortcut.
Yeah. All right. So let's get back to the article.
Yeah.
That's enough personal matters for now.
Yep. Also, do keep in mind that eventually, if you get the books I recommended to you, you will have some kind of knowledge of magic.
That is true. Though I'm kind of afraid to get them right now on the fact that I have a family member who is not overly religious, but is a believer in God and little.
So you're worried about the inevitable burn the witch type fallout?
Not exactly that. It's just more of I'm afraid that he'll disown me, his family.
Yeah. You've got to account for your own safety, dude. I get it. Like I said, the first year I studied magic, a pastor literally called me satanic and gave me an ultimatum. So I get where you're coming from there.
But like I said, my family member he's not like exactly overtly religious. It's just that he has those old fashioned ideals, I guess.
Mm.
Still a nice guy though. I think you'd like him.
Well, judging from your description, I don't know if I could tell him much about me, because magic is kind of an important part of my life, and if he
Well, honestly, I don't really think he's that big. He's not. It's not the magic thing. I think he wouldn't like you, wouldn't dislike you about you the most. To be honest, but that's okay. Conversation for some other time.
Okay, yeah, we can finish that conversation after the stream and when we are backstage and whatnot. But moving on.
Is that Captain America: Civil War is a real movie based on a real comic run that exists and is, if you recall, very political in its themes of security versus freedom, especially in the 2006-7 time frame it was released. I remember a lot of people saying that the movie was better than the comics,
It was.
mainly because it was the personal stakes and stuff.
Well, that, but also the original comic didn't really know where it stood on things, so the resolution was kind of confusing. Because from my and a lot of people's perspective, Tony Stark was framed as the villain in that. But then it turned out that he ended up winning the Civil War, and they framed him as though he were supposed to be the hero all along. Which, I'm sorry, but in I don't know how it works in other countries, but in America, I'll take freedom over security every time. And I don't think I'm alone. I think there's a lot of my fellow Americans that would agree with me on that. Fuck your governmental oversight and your security. Just give me a chance, and I will make my own destiny. Fuck off.
Again, I'm on the fence about that whole thing, specifically if it's relating to superheroes. To be honest.
I think it depends on the hero. Honestly, like some heroes, I get wanting to have some kind of oversight over, like Frank Castle, for example.
He is no hero.
Because yeah, anti-heroes are another matter entirely. But if you mean to tell me that you know morality better than the person who is literally the living embodiment of mom baseball and apple pie, then I will tell you to fuck off. And if you mean to tell me that you know better than the wizened, aged sorcerer who spends his time immersed in the metaphysical realms and literally knows the objective like origins of these kind of moral decisions, you can fuck right off.
Yeah.
But there are characters that I would like to see more oversight on, like Punisher and mostly anti-heroes. But the issue I have with something like this, the Superhero Registration Act, is it accounts for all of the heroes instead of just the it. Basically, how I would do it is have a bare bones, like bare minimum, um, like quality standard for heroics, I guess is the best way to put it. And if someone can pass those, and this is the other thing, I would not um I would not require a vigilante to give up their secret identity if they had one. Although the hilarious thing about the Superhuman Registration Act in the original Civil War is it didn't apply to characters like Doctor Strange because Doctor Strange powers are skill based. So anyone whose powers were mostly skill based, it didn't really apply to because it was specifically a meta-human registration act. So anyone with like mutant powers or like cosmic like mutations and that sort of thing. I don't even know if it would apply to Iron Man. I think so because technology was maybe considered, but I don't think skills like kung fu and that sort of thing were. So either way, my character would be fine, but I can't really take pleasure in that because it's still a bullshit idea. Moving on though.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting about this apolitical approach is that it's happening now, after both Jack Kirby and Stan Lee are dead. These two created these characters with a message, tackling the issues in the world around them through heroes and their approach to a situation.
Okay, no, sweetheart. Again, what Marvel are you reading? Marvel is more political now than it has ever been. And moreover, if you want to talk apolitical being bad, the most apolitical time period of Marvel history was probably during the reign of Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko. Why? Because they were just out to make good art and they understood that people would come as long as they made good art. And you know what? You can say whatever you like about Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, and Steve Ditko, and there are plenty of things to say, but the old buggers had a point on this, is all I'm saying. They knew what they were doing, for the most part. Although, yeah, now that I've been forced to remember that, I miss Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, and particularly Steve Ditko. I really hope Steve Englehart doesn't die anytime soon. It might kill me. He was the guy who wrote Doctor Strange post Strange taking the title of Sorcerer Supreme. So he created what I think is probably my favorite run of Strange. And he is not allowed to die until I say so, goddammit.
Or you'll use necromancy to keep bringing back.
I mean, I would, but I don't know him personally, and necromancy is easier with people you know personally. Plus, if I needed to get his hair or something, I imagine it would be significantly easier with you guys than it would be with him because he's like famous and probably his body would be guarded and stuff. And I don't really feel like grave robbing a famous person. I don't mind grave robbing my friends in order to bring them back, though. This got dark again.
A little bit, yeah. These two, oh, no, I read that. Take away Captain America fighting against the injustice in America, and what do you have? A kid from Brooklyn who wants to punch things. No, he doesn't want to punch anything. Honestly, I don't even think he doesn't want to fight anything.
Yeah, if you recall, his whole thing was he wanted to serve the ideals of his country. Because he was a naive kid who thought that America was worth fighting for. And in the process of seeking a means to fight for them, he found the Project Rebirth and the Super Soldier Serum and so on and so forth. Yeah, it was never on his mind to want to be bigger and stronger. He just understood that he needed to be bigger and stronger in order to serve his country effectively.
Yeah.
Which honestly makes me wonder what would have happened if Steve Rogers had found the Ancient One instead. Like if he used magic as a means to serve his country instead of the super soldier serum.
That would be a nice what if.
It would be a nice what if. I want that now.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be in the TV show.
No, they're only doing one what if per movie in the first season of that, and they already have the what if Peggy took the serum instead of Steve, what if for Cap.
See, I'm fine with that. Like, honestly, I think Peggy would have been okay as a replacement for Steve as Captain America, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there
Yeah.
has been I think there has been a female version of Captain America in the comics, right? Like something like American Dream or something like that.
Right. Although personally, I think it was a mistake to make Captain America a mantle to pass, because the whole point of Cap was he was the only character that had the super soldier powers that he had, and he was the only one because only he deserved it.
I did see some leaked images for that What If series. One
Mhm.
apparently is Black Panther if he was Star-Lord.
Why? Like, I know that that's a thing they're doing, but that still doesn't make much sense to me. I want to see it though. That sounds like a really interesting story. I want to know why Black Panther would be Star-Lord in the first place. But
I'm just curious to see how different the personality is, to be honest.
what they need to do is they need to get the guys who do How It Should Have Ended to write What If.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I've never actually really seen. I've seen bits and pieces of their stuff. I've never really gone into it.
They're really good, and my favorite thing they do is the superhero cafe and the villain pub.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are funny.
I love the when Mario meets Batman one of those.
Huh.
Well, I'm Mario. Well, I'm Batman. Well, I'm Mario. Well, I'm Batman.
Okay. What else? Okay. No, wait, I already see that. If you put Captain America in this current political landscape, as you should, because that's why he was created, he'd hate that
No,
being.
false. Fuck off. And also, they tried that. It was called Secret Empire, and it biblically sucked. On a Old Testament scale, it sucked. Like apocalyptically.
Did you read it?
Secret Empire, I kept up with it because that was the issue du jour of the community back then. But I've never been a Captain America reader. But my God, like, as bad as One More Day is, Secret Empire is worse. I feel as though I've just made a very controversial statement, but I'm sticking by it. Secret Empire is worse than One More Day.
I feel like because I haven't read them and I don't ever plan to, but everything I've heard about them, I feel like both are pretty much equally awful.
I'll send you a review that Linkara did on One More Day. He goes pretty in depth with it. He did it as his 200th episode, so it was like a special.
What we're going to do for our 200th episode, or 100th episode, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little weird to project all the way out to 200. It's weird to even think of us doing it. I mean, I hope to God we get there, because if not, that means something must have happened to us. But like,
honestly, I'm just aiming for 50th right now. We're going to do something for our 50th podcast. I know that.
Yeah, and considering we just passed 25, that's not a bad goal, I don't think.
Yeah, 50th and 100th, then maybe we'll aim for 200th.
Yeah. Although those numbers just start getting weird. Like, I don't even know, like, when would we actually get to 100?
It would probably be next year. I know that. Or
Well, okay, so if we do these every week, and this is 27, right?
Yeah.
So, and there are 4 weeks in a month. So, rest of September is about 2 more weeks. Then October is 4. November. Okay, so that's 6. 4, 12. And then December is
31 days.
right, but December is another 4 weeks, so that's 16 weeks. And then January is another 4, so that's 20 weeks. And then so
Start March
we
now.
get end of February, beginning of March is where we would be getting to 50.
Wow.
It seems a lot. It seems a lot more doable now that I've worked it out like that.
Probably sometime soon after the stream, I'm going to mark down the numbers of our podcast just so I have a good a visual aid to help with the numbering. Just, okay.
When did we actually start? What day did we do our first one on?
Wow. Even though it's our 27th podcast, it feels so long ago.
It does. It really does. It feels like we've been doing this forever.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I suppose is a credit to how well we get along, because it doesn't really feel like much time at all in some ways.
No, it does not. And I am loading YouTube right now. Okay, but let's read this while I start to pull up.
Yeah.
Okay. If you put Captain America in the current political sense, okay, he'd hate that Nazis were being protected because of their right of free speech, and I'm pretty sure that Steve Rogers would march his American ass to the White House and have a few words with Donald Trump over how he treats women, people of color, and anyone who isn't rich and white. Okay, for one thing, that's a total lie on Donald Trump.
I can't. That's peak stupid, folks. We have reached peak stupid, and that is it. That is the most stupid that has ever been crammed into one of the sentences we've covered on this show. Holy fuck.
And it's by Rachel Leachman, who well, honestly, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Just
like Rachel, my darling, my sweet, my love, my darling. You have outdone yourself on that one. You mean to tell me you think Captain America would be opposed to anyone's freedom of speech? Sweetheart, don't take this the wrong way, but you are a fucking moron. I'm sorry to put it that way, but there are no other words for that. One of America's principal values is freedom of speech, love. And it's been that way since the fucking inception of the country. Or at least post the Articles of Confederation. Because the Articles of Confederation were a little bit different than the Constitution as we have it now. But that's neither here nor there. I think, if anything, Captain America would be appalled that even Nazis are having their freedom of speech curtailed. Because I think, and again, I might be projecting on this, but this is the fire you play with when you make political allegories out of every goddamn thing, that he would probably agree with me on the statement of it's not the Nazi advocating for Nazism is not the bad thing. The Nazi doing Nazism is the bad thing. So yeah, he would definitely be angry if ever there was any chance of someone doing Nazism in America. And in actuality, there were Nazi sympathizers in America at the time of the World Wars, which is kind of dark, but that's neither here nor there either. But I do not think he would ever so much as blink at the idea of a Nazi having free speech. Because the thing that we fought for against the Nazis was free speech. That was one of the things. Because the German press was controlled by the state and by the Fuhrer. And it was this that got America up in arms. Well, that and a whole other string of things, but that's neither here nor there either. One of the things that we used to sell the original World Wars was how totalitarian and fascistic the Nazis were. So yeah, someone being robbed of their free speech is probably not going to sit well with Captain America, of all people. And the fact that you could even think that Captain America would ever be against anyone's free speech under circumstances that don't include libel, blackmail, slander, or incitement is just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And what's more, I doubt Captain America, or at least I hope to God that if Captain America were real, he would not distinguish between LGBTQ folks, people of color, or any other kind of person. Because my solution to those kind of prejudices is just don't pay attention to those aspects of a human being. Pay attention to the content of their character, the strength of their ideas, their merits as a person. Those are what I'm truly interested in. I don't give a fuck about race. I don't give a fuck about sexual orientation, aside from the fact that I would very much like to express mine, thanks. Because, there are people who would genuinely prefer I didn't have that right, and that fucking... They can fuck themselves as well, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, but those are not the qualities that I look for in a human being. Those aren't the qualities I look for in friends. Those aren't the qualities I look for in people I consider having relationships with. Those aren't the qualities I consider for, political office. I just don't consider those qualities because the demographics of a person are not the defining qualities of a person. The person that a person is far more internal and far more complex than their basic demographic makeup. And I will defend that contention with my life if necessary. And I hope to God that if Captain America were real, he would as well. Because if not, then we're heading for some straight up secret empire shit. And good fucking God, no thank you.
I totally agree with all you said, and I found out when our first podcast, Storm number 1, Gotham 2019 movies, comments, etc. with the Authenticator is the title.
Yep.
Stream live on March 3rd, 2019.
Yeah, so it makes sense that our 100th episode would be around like the beginning of March or like the middle of March next year.
Oh, we're obviously going to have to do an anniversary episode.
Yeah, because there are 52 weeks in a year, and we do this on a weekly basis, so that makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. Wow, it's been 6 months, I think.
March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Yep, 6.
Yeah. Wow. It legitimately does not feel like that long.
No, it's been a breeze, which again I guess is more to do with how well we seem to do our thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Back to the article. So, while Marvel seems to think an apolitical approach is best, that's definitely not the case. Again, what goddamn Marvel comics are you reading? If you read Marvel comics at all, probably don't. But
They are now the most political they have ever been.
it's
And
a
they are also consequently the most shitty they have ever been. Love. Well, actually, to be fair, Marvel has bounced back a little bit in the last few months.
Right.
Because like the era of Bendis's Riri and Gabby Rivera's America Chavez and Secret Empire, that was peak social justice. But it's still in the shitter compared to literally any other era in comic book history. And I am a fan of all of them, so I am informed on what I am saying there. If you want me to provide specific examples, I will provide specific examples, but I'm too tired at the moment.
Don't. You're getting a little quiet there, bud. I think you're getting further away from your mic.
Oh, sorry. Okay, here we go. There we are. Better?
No, you're still kind of quiet.
How about now?
No, you good there.
Okay.
All right. I mean, if you want to provide an example, that's fine.
No, I don't need to. I'm just saying that if I was, asked to, I could, just for this, because I'm obsessive when it comes to logical consistency, and one of the things I hate is when people assert things without arguments. So if anyone wants to challenge me on the assertion that I know my shit when it comes to the various eras of comics, I am more than willing to defend myself.
Okay.
I am too tired at the moment, so let's just move on.
Okay. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. You have heroes who have political backgrounds who take a stand against injustice and trying to turn them into something that is apolitical is a disservice to the characters and their creators.
Okay, sweetheart, there's no reason for the concept of justice to be political. None. There is if you are defining justice as specifically your definition of social justice, but I hate to break it to you, love, Captain America would likely not subscribe to your definition of social justice unless some cockamamie half-assed writer makes him sympathetic to your concept of social justice. Incidentally, stay the fuck away from Captain America, please. We've already seen what social justice warriors can do to Cap when they are left to their own devices. Looking at you, Nick Spencer. Fucking Secret Empire, my god. It's just, I'm not even a big fan of Captain America in the comics, and I'm still reeling over fucking Secret Empire. I can't imagine what I can't imagine what Captain Frugal, like the PTSD he must have from Secret Empire.
Yeah. I mean, that was the last thing we had for the list for this week.
So on to recommendations, I guess.
Okay. So unfortunately, folks, since I am a lazy, procrastinating jackass, I have not finished the second volume of Neil Gaiman's Sandman, The Doll's House.
Shame.
Yeah. I feel incredibly bad that I haven't, but I was able to read some of the comics I had gotten from my comic shop, I believe last week or the week before. So the ones I had read are Neon Future, which was created by not created, but presented, and actually I did look up the credits inside. Steve Aoki, who is like an American DJ and also apparently helps run a brain research organization, which is immensely cool, and I respect him for that.
Yeah. It's not often that the people behind the comics actually start sounding like superheroes.
Yeah. But the story itself is actually very interesting, and spoilers, I guess, because I don't really think you can talk about this story without spoilers. Actually, you know what? I will be right back. So don't just because I need to refresh it in my mind. So give your recommendations, and I will be right back in a moment.
Okie dokie. I'm just gonna gush about Dark Crystal Age of Resistance again because I can. Guys, if you have a Netflix account, there is absolutely, positively, bumfucking no reason for you to not be watching Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. It is possibly, and I'm gonna throw this out there. It is possibly the best thing that Netflix has ever made. No lie. Like may I be stricken by lightning if I am currently lying to you. Dark Crystal Age of Resistance is possibly the best thing Netflix has ever made. And if Sandman is as good, if the Sandman adaptation that Netflix is doing is anywhere near as good as Age of Resistance, we might actually have something tolerable here. I stress tolerable because there is quite a gulf between the quality of Dark Crystal and the quality of Sandman, but it is at least in the relative ballpark.
Okay, I am back.
Yeah, I just gushed over Age of Resistance again because goddamn, that show is awesome.
So I have the book. I have the book right here. So it was produced by Steve Aoki. I don't think I'm pronouncing that name right, and I feel bad I haven't. But yeah, he helped develop the story for this series, which is really cool. And one of the characters is also, I would believe, inspired by his likeness.
Cool.
Yeah. So the description is 30 years in the future, the world is in the grips of a global recession. Artificial intelligence and automation have caused mass unemployment. Each country struggles to regain stability in their own way. In the US, a new authoritarian government has come to power on the promise of a return to a simpler, more prosperous time, one without advanced technology. I'm going to be honest, when I saw authoritarian government, my mind just kind of went to SJW thing. It's that whole, you get so used to
Orange Man bad.
But the story is not like that at all.
Okay, good. But yeah, to quote something that I like that Anglinthine has coined, kind of, if every time you see someone they punch and beat the shit out of you, you're going to flinch every time they reach for the salt.
Right. You just get so used to the SJW stuff and all. It's just when you think of anything that kind of is close to that.
Rubs up against their themes. It's just like, oh god, here we go again. Orange Man bad.
Well, again, it's an interesting story, so let me continue with the kind of summary of it. To that end, they enacted Article 10, commonly known as the Return. The Return promised to create jobs by eliminating the technology that had displaced so many workers. But the lasting result has been an increase in the class divide, blatant bigotry, and a brewing war between the augmented, those who have chosen to integrate technology into their bodies, and the authentic, who have not.
I feel as though my ears should be burning.
What?
Because one of the cast in that society is called the authentic. I feel as though I should pull rank and go, you have no right to use that word until I have applied the appropriate measurements.
Well, I think by authentic they mean
no, I know I'm joking, but
I know,
it's like
I know. But yeah, out of the systematic oppression of the techno class, a resistance movement known as Neon Future was born. Led by the mysterious Keita Sovi, they are locked in a cold war with the government. Their mission to protect the oppressed and show the world a brighter future in harmony with technology.
Like, I trust your judgment, but you must understand how many SJW buzzwords they're jamming in here.
Yeah, but again, so the story itself is actually pretty interesting. It's like it has elements of the Matrix which I think they even reference in here.
Ooh. It's sounding a little bit like Blade Runner as well. If I had to.
Yeah, again, they might incorporate that too. But the whole idea is that the main character, Clay, Clay Campbell. Double alliteration, always points.
Yep.
Is basically like this American famous bounty hunter who hunts down augmented people,
Mm-hmm.
and it's all for a TV show. It's all for ratings and stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah, but he dies,
Oh.
and he's brought back by being made into an augment.
Interesting.
Yeah, and there's also this thing where he has to choose a path, either I believe the samurai or the butterfly.
Okay, now I'm getting shades of like Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, it's a very interesting in the art. It's a little flat, but it's also very much it's well, you know how a lot of Marvel like a lot of modern mainstream comics don't have a lot of detail.
Mm-hmm.
The coloring's a little flat, but the detail in the designs of the environments and the characters and stuff are absolutely superb.
Yay.
Yeah, and it's again, it's a really interesting story, and it gets you hooked like from the very first page.
Hmm.
And ultimately, I think you know how we say that when we talk about like philosophies and like stories and stuff like before.
Yeah.
I think Neon Future is kind of it does say here is that I think they're trying to show because I think humanity has kind of gone that the American government in this future has gone to the extreme of saying that technology is evil and bad and is a problem. While I guess there's maybe some other people like augments who are saying the old ways are done and over and stuff, the whole extremes and stuff. I think the quote unquote terrorist group that is Neon Future is basically those in the middle that are trying to get both sides to see reason.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
And doubly interesting because I myself happen to be what this culture would determine an augment because I have a medical pump that pumps medication directly to my spine in the abdomen.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting story. I was hooked immediately. I was going to recommend the other comic I had read, which is called William the Last. But unfortunately, and this is my little review of it. I don't think I'm going to need to read more of it to really get an understanding of it. But it feels like I'm just dropped right into the middle of a story without the beginning of it, which is fine. I just don't think it's handled well. It could be that I grabbed the wrong one, like the wrong kind of story arc, I guess. So something like that could have happened. But at the moment, I cannot recommend that. Anything else you want to add, Dalton, or?
No, I think we're good. Everyone shame Brainstormer so he remembers to read Sandman this week.
I will. It's on my to-do list. I've just been very busy. Well, again, lazy, but also busy writing for videos and stuff.
Yeah. Also, I keep sending him videos to watch, and he hasn't watched them yet. So that too.
And knowing you are going to bug me. Jesus.
I try not to bug you. I try to trust you that you'll eventually get around to them. And also, I know life happens, but at this point, I'm just like, I wonder what would happen if I just playfully poke him.
Yeah, I know. I'm a man of my word, and I've not been keeping my word lately, and I feel bad about it.
You'll get there. I trust you. I'm ribbing you because I can't.
It's not
And
on.
also because I foresee a lot of interesting conversation being born out of the stuff that I've sent you. So
Right. So yes, folks, we will see you Sunday. Actually, we will see you Thursday and Friday because there is a possibility we will be doing one shot on Friday, and Offstage Soliloquy will be on Thursday.
yes. Good evening, everyone. Cheers.
Adios, goodbye, sayonara, peace, aloha,
Shalom.
shalom, auf Wiedersehen.
Guten Abend.
Any other words for goodbye, or is that it?
До свидания. It's Russian.
Yeah. And we will see you all later.
Goodbye
Cheers.
and fuck off.